I was surprised by this movie in many ways.
To say, I was regretting my decision.
I think this would be something I'd show to my kids.
Oh, that's good to hear.
I think it's about a father's love for his child.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And a complete stranger's love for that man's
They wore
child.
really ugly outfits. Puke yellow, prom night, pale blue, you know?
I don't even know where to start with this
Definitely
film.
not a movie I would consider watching unless you told me to. Hello, I'm Derek.
And I am Peter.
And this is the Mog Live.
In this pod thing, two of us guys do. In this live stream, I have a little dog, and we watch Acolyte, and it's funny,
Hey.
but not.
Ada, say hi. Hello. Oh, she's sleepy. How come?
What do you think of the Acolyte, Ada?
That says it all, actually. It's deadpan.
Yeah, deadpan. Look, that's right. That's the comedic component.
She's sleepy. How come?
Hang on, can't hear. Oh, sorry, Ada.
How come she's sleepy?
Oh, she just wants attention.
All right.
He just wants attention. That's all right.
So what's
So
your
you'll just
Sith
get to
name?
you'll just get to see the bottom.
That's all good.
Darth. Flatulent.
Oh yeah.
Darth Flatulent the Wise.
And what sort of saber do you have?
Saber, it would be brown.
It's brown and it just dribbles out. It's like
It looks. It's not in the shape of a whip or a lightsaber. It's in the straight. It's in the shape of a stream. No, with gaseous anomaly. It'll just end halfway up, and the rest of it will just be this like.
It's like, whoops, sorry. Let me get some wipes. You gotta clean my thing off. There we go. There we go.
It'll like.
Darth Flatulus.
Dun 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 dun. See, all this flatulent humor is in keeping with the quality of the writing that we have had to enjoy.
Well, I wanted to speak to you as we do. I wanted to hit up your analytic brain, which is extremely sharp these days.
I need to drink more.
And it's a gift. It's a gift to humanity, I believe.
I would like to think so. Unfortunately, most of it is spent on stuff.
Wow, this is the
And
thing.
movies.
So, do you know these guys, Red Letter Media?
I've heard of them.
They did that mockumentary on The Force Awakens. Do you remember that?
Oh no, I don't remember that.
Where they were they had that really deadpan guy narrating it. And they had all this behind the scenes footage of like Lucas putting up post-it notes and using two hands.
Oh, really?
Do you remember that?
No,
Okay.
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, it's amazing. But they had, I recently just saw in my feed, I'm pretty sure Google or someone's listening because it starts popping up with Acolyte stuff now. And I'm definitely not searching Acolyte stuff. So they have a theory. They did a thing on the Acolyte. And it was quite an interesting argument that they had. So depending on the filmmakers who are responsible for the content, for the cultural commodities. So Lucas, he was a baby of the World War II era, baby boomer. So Star Wars, it's about the fascist threat. And then their sort of argument extends to Star Trek, which was sort of the Cold War threat. Can you comment on that one? Was there like themes about that sort of stuff?
Yes, there was actually. In the original series, I think it was the war with the... Oh god, do I have to sound like a nerd? Yes, the war with the Klingons. Because they were not directly in conflict with the Klingons, but there was tensions. So yes, I suppose so.
And so now we're in an era I guess it's Generation X who's creating the content, but it's become a thing of identity wars, he's saying. So like, who do you identify with? What camp are you in, and is your camp being represented fairly? You know, this idea of sort of social justice warriors. And you mentioned in the first stream that we did, there was an aspect of, you know, Chris brought it up about the Forces Female thing, social engineering.
Yeah,
And
social engineering, yeah.
And really, their argument is that, you know, everyone has to be represented fairly, and if not, then you're going to get cancelled. That's the big fear. You get cancelled because you're not doing everyone right, and like there's these focus groups and so there's a real aspect now. I was joking in the first stream that it was woke as soon as I saw a black guy, you know, and it's a joke to me, but it's become a serious thing, because there was a whole outcry of, you know, when you mentioned the fat Padawan last stream, I didn't know what you were talking about, to be honest. I thought it was just your like prejudice against fat people.
Oh, right.
But no, it's a real thing, and like people are commenting online saying that, you know, they're outraged. You know, there's two camps. They're saying, "Oh, okay, good on you for body awareness." And the other's saying, "This is destroying everything," you know, because of it's not real. It's unrealistic, and so. So
the war on reality, really.
The war on what? Sorry.
The war on reality, but yeah.
So, yeah, it feels like, and even in politics. So, I'll bring it up. Like, you know, Trump tried to get assassinated this week. Someone tried to assassinate him, and so I've been looking into it, and I've been avoiding the news, to be honest. Like in the last month, and like just because it's so toxic, you don't know what you're getting. But I was delving into it, and you know, Tenacious D, you know this story. Anyway,
he said, please God don't miss next time, or something like that.
Yeah, it was his birthday, and he said, "What's your wish?" Jack Black said to him, he goes, "I hope that the guy doesn't miss Trump next time." And so he got cancelled, and like his agency dropped him.
Big time.
And Tenacious D, you know, Jack Black, he said no more touring. He'll probably distance himself from him, and that's really fucking awful to me.
It's stupid. It's so stupid.
But he's like, his life is over because of one comment like that. And so this is kind of, and like Jon Stewart, who's back because it's so bizarre that Trump is running again, to me, after everything that happened. So Jon Stewart's trying to bring back sanity into the conversation.
The assassination is the best thing that happened to Trump.
The
assassination attempt was the best thing that happened to him.
Why is that?
Oh, because people have turned him. You can turn him into a hero.
Oh, right. I see.
You know, that got shot of him going like that with the blood is the best thing that ever happened to him. Like, they've got an old man called Biden who refuses to leave the throne, and they're all happily letting him stay in power. So it's like you've got a skeleton on the throne, and the upstart pedophilic rapist.
Who's that?
Is Trump. Yeah, like incestual pedophilic rapist. I mean, that's what he is. Look at his background. He's been with Epstein. He's been, you know, he's admitted to wanting to have it on with his daughter. He's been accused of sexual assault. He's not a nice person, and like but no one cares. They just
this is sort of what I'm talking about as well, because you know, when you hear these stories, like there used to be, like, I'm full admission, I'm going into boomer mode. I'm going to talk about the old days, and there used to be due process. The sources that we got for news were actually accredited journalists. They're doing their research, and like it's limited to certain news outlets. Well, like more rigorous, because I went to journalism school, and like I'm talking about real journalism. I'm not talking about Fox, and I'm not talking about Murdoch. Like even the journalists that I went to and studied from, they said we're talking about the ABC and we're talking about BBC and like, you know, Guardian and things like that, independent, you know, balanced platforms. They're meant to be, but that's all gone. I think that left very early 2000s. And so now when you get these sources, you don't know what to believe. And, you know, when I hear that he's a rapist, I actually don't even bite. I don't even bite because I know people are like, they're trying to clickbait me, and I couldn't be bothered wasting my time on that shit. And
well,
so,
no, this isn't clickbait stuff I'm talking about. Like he's been recorded as talking about groping women and like I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure about the rape thing. To be honest, that's true. But sexual assault, yes. And admitting to one having one with his daughter, yes. Failed businesses constantly. He's not a self-made man. He's been financed from rich family. You know, lies. Like he's made racist comments. He's done anything that a bad person can do apart from kill a person. He's done. And when he was president, I'd imagine that some of his decisions got people killed. So. You know,
oh yeah, absolutely.
What every president does.
Yeah.
So, like, he's not a nice person. He's a terrible person. He's the type of person you really don't want in any type of leadership position. But at the same time, on the other side of the fence, you've got nothing but geriatrics, and well, both sides, but you've got a geriatric who's president. It's quite obvious to like the dumbest person can look and see that he has difficulty stringing his sentences together, and it's just like we're not living in reality. You have to wonder what type of conversations these people are having up at that level to make decisions about what they're going to do. They have to live in a what's it called, an echo chamber, because you'd have to be, because otherwise you're just not. Because it's so unrealistic. It's just, it's a comedy. This is a comedy that's playing out right now. It's a comedy that impacts on people's lives, but it is a comedy. You look at it, you look at what happens, and if you remove 100 years and you look back at this stuff, and you'd just be laughing. But we're in the middle of it, and people are dying, will die, and have died as a result of the decisions. But it is a comedy.
Well, I was
tragedy as well, I guess.
I was super shocked. So I just clicked on Jon Stewart's name and I realized exactly how bad things are. And he's sort of doing damage control. He's responding to all of that's happening. Like you say, it's already unfolding. It's an echo chamber. People are just spouting the same stuff, and it's sort of reverberating. And it
unity. I saw the thing about unity, and then. And that makes sense that they're doing that, because they don't want to encourage assassination attempts. Like they're happy with riots and, you know, stuff that doesn't impact on them. But if there's an assassination attempt, they don't want anyone getting ideas about that, because that impacts not just on Trump but on them. So they don't want that type of thing coming back, because they don't want anyone attacking power, and you know the way that power works.
How's that?
Well, assassination is one of the things that is actually directed at removing political leaders.
Yeah.
It's not at Trump is talking about Trump going to prison and all of this type of stuff. Like, that's the worst thing that can happen, and it's still not clear whether that's going to happen. But that's the worst that could happen to him. But assassination attempt is another level altogether. You know. And no politician wants that to be entering into their playing field. Like, as soon as it's people start thinking about it as something that a person can do, just anyone. I mean, that's the other thing. The dangerous part of that is you've got, what was it, like a 20-year-old or something like that, who had the idea he wanted to do it.
Clever kid as well, like top of his class.
Yeah.
But when you've got the media and like everyone in your camp saying that how And it is. It's true. Like, he incited an insurrection on the White House, and he
Yeah,
was silent through the majority of that.
Yep.
He could have
No,
stopped the crowd at any time.
No, he would have been absolutely happy that if it worked out. I mean, because
And
this is
and it's not the first time, because there's a word for it, and it's called a demagogue. It's someone who uses lies and rhetoric and like fear to come to power. He's a demagogue. So,
well, they kind of all aspire to be demagogues.
well,
It's
Biden,
just
I
that
don't know.
He's too senile to be anything except senile. Like, he's propped up. He's like he's a figurehead. Like, he's just propped up by a whole bunch of people because he's the establishment. He represents to them the establishment. Like, my understanding is that the Democratic Party is it's the party of betrayal.
Party of betrayal.
Yes. So the Democrats constantly do say they're going to do this, they're going to do that. They make all of these promises, and then even when they've got like a majority seat or whatever, as soon as stuff goes into, as soon as they get into power, they start backtracking on every promise that they made. And the only reason that they go through with those, like, they could do those things sooner, but they and over the course of like 4 years, and might put some of it out, but not all of it, towards the end when people have to vote again.
It's all bargaining chips, hey?
There's no, they really don't deliver on what they promise, because they're the party of betrayal, because like the whole of America is based around the power of money. And, what is it? Lobbying and donations and all of that type of stuff. So it's just legalized bribery is the way that it works over there. So the Democrats represent not the interests of the people, but they're just better than the Republicans. And the Republicans actually kind of do what they say they are going to do. It's just that what they say they're going to do is insane. So would you rather a party that says they're going to do something and does it, or a party that says they're going to do something and doesn't do anything? And that's the choices that they get. So and people are drawn to strength. So one of the things of power is the idea that you can actually do, like, if you look and see someone is actually doing something, then if you're living and you're miserable in the way that the world works around you, change is the better option, isn't it? Than just sitting in the same stew that you've lived in and everyone's unhappy with. So Trump represents change.
Yeah.
So he's the best option, and he's got all of the surface level positive traits of, he makes decisions, and it doesn't matter what the decisions are. He lies, and people want to believe the lies, because the amount of time that gets invested in looking at every single one of his lies, it's exhausting. You literally can't believe a single word that comes out of that guy's mouth.
And to make matters worse, there's remember Kevin Rudd? He's the he's a US sort of I don't know what you call him, representative, like he's the US liaison. He's even sided with Trump now, so he believes he will get in, and he's using language like the next 4 years is manageable, just chill. Like,
well, that's it. Like, there's, like, the Democrats have had to have given up. Like, the fact that they've still got Biden there represents that they either have given up or they just literally are not living in the same world as anyone else. Because that's what I mean by the assassination is the best thing that's happened to Trump. It's drawn attention from every negative aspect of him to say, like, assassination attempts are associated with political leaders. So the fact that he survived an assassination attempt literally makes him a political leader, even if he's not.
Yep. So I didn't want to go into that side of things, but I did want to talk about the the identity wars with the Acolyte,
Yeah.
and it's a true comment because, there's
I
the
do have a
director's
thought about that,
a
yeah.
lesbian, and she made a lesbian couple in it, and she's representing the blacks and people of different body types, and it's very true. And the other thing that he said was like, if you don't, if you're actually meeting the demographic, they will support you. Like they'll give you good reviews and everything, and so it actually gives a false sense of what your content actually is, because it's propped up by all the people that you're sort of representing fairly, and they say, "Oh, it's an amazing show," even though it's really written badly, and it's like it's got all these plot holes because you had a couple that you identify with. You prop it up and say, "Oh, 10 out of 10." That's the other side of it. So what are your thoughts?
Well, there's lots, but just on the most immediate thing that you said, like in terms of the problem with any type of identity, creating any type of identity is something that you want to side with, is that you have to find a way of separating that from everything else. So if you want an us versus them attitude, which is required for any type of identity, like if you're identifying yourself as something other than something else, you have to create boundaries to say that it's this and not this. Now, if those boundaries are based on something that makes no sense, then you have to create arguments that at least somehow solidify your view. Now, I'm not saying that any of the arguments about non-binary, gender identity, all of that doesn't make sense. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that anything then that tries to delineate your group from other groups, if you're a minority, you want to latch onto that because it's something that supports your identity. The problem with that is that you can latch yourself onto something that doesn't make sense because it's something that is a loud voice that supports your identity. But the problem is then you attach something that doesn't make sense to your identity, and then you have to double down on it and hold on to that. So if the Acolyte is supporting a breadth of diversity, then to support it, you have to latch onto a whole bunch of stupid stuff, poor writing, poor reason, poor dialogue, poor logic, and support it. So, and that creates a problem because then your legitimate arguments look stupid because they get attached to arguments that aren't legitimate. And I think that that's what can often happen is that you've got people who aren't very good. Like Disney is presenting itself as this diverse group, but it's not. Like, it's doing all kinds of stuff like hiding black characters when it's doing its advertising over in China. It uses slave labor, and it's not a nice company in terms of its diversity. And the board is. I'm sure that the actual leadership itself is not a diverse leadership group once you get past a certain point. So, but it shoots through all of that diversity stuff without actually understanding the importance of it. So it does it in a way that doesn't actually identify with the importance of what it is that the message it's trying to convey. And because those messages are actually fairly universal, like acceptance and recognizing people as individuals rather than as being like, if you associate yourself with part of a group, then you take a part of your individuality away from that. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's really bad to just be totally an individual and not have any association with a group, but you can take the good with the bad. So it's best to identify with a group that actually makes sense in terms of its arguments for legitimacy. So, racial argument is always a good one because there's no reason to discriminate based on race. Like, it's just stupid. It's, so patently absurd now to discriminate based on race. Because we're at a period now where pretty much you identify that everyone's the same. It's just we've got different colored skin, so who cares? Gender identity is a different thing because we're coming to terms with understanding what that actually represents and means. So you get people who are on extremes of both sides, and no one. And to be honest, I think we're still figuring that out to what it actually means. I think everyone is, and I think that's okay because when something becomes new, it can take a long time for us to come to terms and understand what it actually means, and where a person is just a person and their differences are understood as differences. And I'm not sure people truly understand what that difference actually means. And that's okay. I think you have to be accepting of people learning and changing their understanding of something and figuring things out. If you don't, then all you do is you further divide. But yeah, so I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But,
and also, so this idea of identity wars, though,
yeah,
where it's not just about supporting the product, but it's about the creators having this intent to do that.
yeah. So you're talking about different time periods. It's like
Well, yeah,
like
kind
the
of.
World War thing for Star Wars, the Cold War for Star Trek.
Yeah, and I think it was Lucas's intent to really to portray aspects of that.
I think that
the dangers of it,
I'm not sure because I'm not even sure if Lucas really understood what he was doing because you listen to different interviews and he always highlights different aspects of Star Wars in different lights. Like people talk about gender diverse, making the forces female and all of that sort of stuff. And George Lucas rightly points out that, the main character, the most intelligent, and assertive character in Star Wars is actually Princess Leia. And it's kind of ironic that we talk about females, that we need to have more strong female characters. Now, you can have more strong female characters, but whether you should or not, I don't know if that's really an argument. I think you should if it supports a story that you're trying to tell. But if you say, we need to create a character that's female and tell a story about her, rather than say, hey, I've got a good story and it makes sense for that character to be female, I think is sort of two different arguments. But the only thing that my thought was when you were bringing it up was in a way the way that the messaging in this series is actually interesting because I think it does kind of highlight the deficiencies in what's in the zeitgeist of the moment. So we're talking about identity, people about identity is the main, like it's like a common theme now. And I think that this kind of highlights a bit about one of the problems with, and it's unintentional. Like if you're doing it intentionally, that's one thing. Like, Star Trek and the Klingons, that was intentional. You had Star Wars and fascists, that was intentional. But I don't think that the thing that they're doing now is not intentional, but it is actually highlighting some points. And that is that it's more important to go with the identity of something than it is to follow logical reasoning of why a person wants or doesn't want something. Which is why you've got these characters who are flip-flopping all the time on what they want to do and what their intentions are. they say they might be associated with something, but then they'll change that to fit their own narrative, which is in keeping with the problems that I think happen with us when you create an identity and then associate with that, and then you've got arguments that get attached to that don't make any sense. And I think that's what you got here is, talking about whether the dark side is bad or good without actually understanding it. You're just saying, hey, I identify as a Sith. I don't know what that means, but it's just not Jedi, so it can't be that bad. It can't be bad. The dark side's not bad. And then you say, well, what is it to be on the dark side? Well, it's about getting what you want and wanting things, and and that's important, and the self, and but what else? Well, it's also about how that self-desire corrupts you, and you start doing evil things, and other people's emotions and feelings don't really matter, and you feel justified in murdering people because it suits what you want to do, because that's the most important thing.
Oh, and you can asphyxiate people too.
You can what? Oh yeah, and you can crush people's throats. So there's nothing wrong with me identifying as a Sith and wanting to be a Sith, because it's just, this is what I want to do, so it should be accepted.
Yeah.
And so, well, no. And same with Jedi. I'm a Jedi, and that means this, that, and the other. I think that the problem with labeling and creating identities and associating yourself with those identities is you're casting a three-dimensional object over a two-dimensional space. We are three-dimensional objects. We have, there's conflict and inner turmoil. There's good, there's bad about us. We have personality and nuance, and we have motivations and changing emotions and regards. And then we cast ourselves onto some type of identity which is not fully understood even by us, and then we say we're that thing. And the problem with that is that you can't cast a three-dimensional object over a two-dimensional space and get something that's as deep as yourself.
I agree with that. So there was this artist that I was speaking with, and he's preparing for a show, and he's feeling the need to represent everyone as well. So it's a very conscious thing that we're sort of this age that we're entering into, because everything's public now on social media. Everything's recorded and so public and disseminated, very publicly, that he's sort of worried about creating the work that is representing everyone equally. But then I told him, it's about you as well, and it's got to come from an authentic place for you, your story. Otherwise, it won't be good art. It's got to be, it's bound to your artistic practice. And I feel really this is where it's sort of let short, because we haven't learnt anything about the struggles of whatever she's trying to say. It's clear that she's trying to say something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have, a lesbian couple parenting these twins. She's trying to represent people, but we don't really understand what that means. And
it's all surface level. It's all surface level, and we're supposed to read into it with what we think something is.
Yeah.
Which is bad. Like, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't require our reality to move into the show to understand it. Of course there is all of that with any story. You need to have some semblance of that. But when it comes to concepts of identity, you can't cast something that we have all of these definitions for that aren't. They're not archetypes. They're not things that have been well understood for thousands of years, innately. Good and bad. These types of things about control, power, domination. Even Cold War stuff is about politics, but it's also about power and domination, control. and evil, and Star Wars is like that too. With its, it's just very black and white. You've got the good guys and you've got the bad guys, and you don't necessarily have to go any deeper than that. It's well understood that these guys are bad because at the beginning it shows them murdering a whole bunch of people. The bad guy chokes a guy to death looking for something. It's pretty easy to establish who's the good guy and who's the bad guy in that. If you want to add nuance to it, you have to do something like what Andor did. And that didn't just leap in and say these are the... Like, it even added shades of grey to the bad guys. And that... But in a way that it was so different from what this does, which is... It's like saying, look, that's a man. Man bad. Look, that's a girl and she's gay. You know that gay girls are good. So, good girl. Bad guy. And it's like, you haven't done anything to show that. It's just saying, you know that this person is this. We think that this person is this. So you should think that this person is this.
Hmm.
And like, but I'm not even sure if that's happening. So this is the other thing that I want to say about all of these shows. Even and you're gonna start drilling from the ears in a sec. But even The Last Jedi, where we used to talk about how the person said you have to kill the past but that's the bad guy saying what their thought is. So why are we saying that the writers are saying that you have to kill the past is a good thing when it's the bad guy saying it? Is that just us complaining about what the writer's saying? Or is the writer actually saying that the bad guy is right?
What do you
make
think?
Sense?
What do you think?
I'm not sure. Not with The Last Jedi. So, but even with this series, we haven't seen it to its conclusion. But it's not like, because we haven't seen it to its conclusion, you can't just assume that just because they're saying the people who might be the bad people have a message doesn't mean that the writer is saying that that is the correct message. It could be giving the motivations of that person, but not saying that that is the right motivation.
What was your gut feeling then? You brought it up. Do you think that he was sort of flipping it?
In which one?
Last Jedi.
Oh, he didn't know what he was doing.
I don't think so either.
No, he didn't. And that's the problem. And I think there's got a similar problem here, and that is that they flip-flop. They don't know what... They're just spewing a whole bunch of stuff out there without fully understanding it. And because they don't understand it, you don't understand it.
But as far as, like, why I bring all this up is that we are in a very divided time. You're either in this camp or that camp, and
well,
the liberal or right, and
Yeah.
And cancellation brings fear. Everyone's afraid of being cancelled.
Yeah.
And it's immense fear that we're just doing the right thing. But I really believe, and the reason why I bring this up is because our most powerful tool is discourse, public discourse. Be able to talk about this stuff. Hold one idea and believe it, but also hold someone else's idea and also entertain that idea. You don't have to believe it, but it could exist in your head at the same time. You don't have to reject that person and fear them and cancel them for whatever they said, or be a bit more forgiving. Just because this guy said something on the spur. He's a comedian. He's meant to come up with stuff like that. And that was a joke. People laughed. I saw the footage. People laughed at it. It's a joke, but he got cancelled for it. And it's kind of public discourse is all we've got left. And if we start shutting down that and start cancelling people and people, we're going to lose a lot of creativity. 100%.
Well, the problem, we have a reactionary cult. Well, I'll say we, but Australia is lumped in with America in a lot of regards. It's a reactionary culture, and it's also one where everyone is seeking to be noticed. Like, this Twitch we're doing, lucky to get 2 people watch.
We had about 17 people. Not live, but no one knows.
Not counting the 15 that was probably me. But yeah, I'm just kidding. But
views equals talent, and we're
well, that's it. Well, then we should have more views, Derek, honestly. But the thing is like if everyone is going for views, and that's the most important thing, there are a lot of people who've clued into one of the best ways of getting attention is to be loud, and the loudest voice gets noticed the most. And a good way of being loud is what, like, since what was his name? Before, look, I'm going all the way. Randolph Hearst, the newspaper baron who sold paper upon paper because he understood that drama is interesting, and that's our focus. We see drama, we're drawn to drama. We're not interested in someone saying, hey, I know it's like this, but have you really thought that it's like this? Because it might not be. Have you thought about the other side? It's just like, well, you're too wishy-washy. That's not how it works. And you're right, that's not how people want it to work, because now you've got Trump, who, this is the reality of what happens when you value loud people who, it doesn't matter what they say as long as it sounds like it's right, and they say it the loudest and they get noticed the most. This is what you get. You get these people. They're the people that's the cultural touchstone. The cultural touchstone is loud, obnoxious, negative drama. And if that's going to be your touchstone, then this is what you get, because you get divisiveness, you get separation, and because social media rewards that, we are rewarded for that. So we're rewarded for drama and all of that stuff, because the algorithms for search criteria and all that is self-fulfilling. We support the algorithm to reward drama and negativity, so it runs through and it just continues giving thousands of views to that type of stuff.
So what do you think the solution is then?
Assassinate Trump, I guess.
Oh gosh. That poor kid tried to.
No, honestly,
he seemed like such a bright kid too,
Well, look, if someone had, honestly, this is the cancelling thing that people could say, but if someone, you want to say, what if someone had done that to Hitler? Do you think that the person who assassinated Hitler would have been vilified as a saint? Because no one knew what Hitler was going to be until he did what he did. So in 4 years' time, we might maybe looking back and saying, oh gosh, it's a shame he missed. We don't know what's going to happen in 4 years' time. It's, 2020 vision.
That's the thing. And I saw this, it's Andy, what's his name? Anyway, it's a comedian. And Norm Macdonald was just riffing him. He was trying to stir him up. And they were talking about, if Hitler, and would you take the shot? And then he says, well, maybe I'll just look in his eyes and, oh, something about those eyes. I can't look away. When he talks to you. But no, then he backed off and he said, I would have taken a shot. Come on.
But everyone would have said that. It's like saying, how over a 10-year period, this person who was just a crazy political figure became one of the dominant powers on the face of the earth that represented evil. Over that 10-year period, if you were to go 10 years back to the beginning, do you think you would know that person was going to become one of the most dominant, negative, powerful figures representative of evil? No.
But the thing is, we've got a bit of a track record now. He's not the cleanest. He did the whole insurrection thing, Trump. You know.
Yeah, no, well, that's right. Like
we know now.
He's everything you don't want to become a leader. He's everyone you don't want, but he's supported by a lot of people, and you've got the wishy-washiest pack of useless grunts on the other side of the fence, and they're all going, "Vote for us because we're not Trump." Come on, we're not Trump. You know, we're not Trump, and they're going, "You know what? You're not Trump. We're going to vote for Trump." It's like, but we're not Trump. Yes, that's right. You're not Trump.
Yeah.
So we're voting for him. But we're not. Look. I'll just prop him up. Hello, I'm Biden. Miss Mouth makes more sense than the President of the United States.
He called the Ukrainian
I know
president.
Putin.
Oh man.
It's like the fact that, you know, like, and the thing is that it all gets drowned out because of the vitriol of all the media things I've seen, like all of the American mass media is just it's so rah and all out there that you don't know, people don't know what to think. So it's just like, I'll move on. We'll just move on. So it just like meanders into chaos, just like climate change.
Yeah. So you had no answers then.
Well, no, because it's a whole bunch of people in positions of ultimate authority, and we've got so many layers between us that the opinions of myself can get drowned out quite easily. Like, even if for some amazing reason my massively insightful diatribe is picked up by someone and brought to light and publicized across millions of people's views, it would be easily quashed just by cancel culture. So it doesn't...
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the solution to cancel culture, because that's where the fear comes from. And without that fear, you're so too afraid to be public about your views. So you end up picking a camp, and you're with that camp, and you know.
Honestly, I think you do what Trump does, and you just ignore it. If you're cancelled, you just ignore being cancelled, and you just keep on doing what you're doing, and you just keep doing that. Like, you just have to work through all the adversity of people cancelling you and doing stuff, because people have short memories. So you just keep doing it, and then eventually people forget, and they talk about how, wasn't that guy cancelled? Like, didn't that guy do this thing that people said, yeah, but, you know, we're not really interested in that anymore. So you just move. People's attention spans are so weak that, like, I mean, Trump's a perfect example. He was going to prison. He was going to prison. Now he's almost been killed, and he's like,
it resets a slate, hey.
Presidents. Yeah.
Because something more powerful happened. You just got to do the bigger thing to wipe out whatever happened.
I read some of the comments of people talking about the assassination, and I was just like, you know, powerful bro, you know, just all of this rah-rah, how awesome and how strong a character he was for doing the thing, and, you know, and that he's going back on tour, and they're like, oh, it's amazing. It's just like, so
I must admit, when he did pump the fist, I thought, fucking hell, what a Chad. He's just been shot. He's got blood in his face. But he had the presence of mind to, pull himself together.
But should a Chad be president?
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. I was just saying, shit, okay, this guy.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Good on him for doing that thing. Not good on him for all the, like, heinous... This is the thing, you know, some people say, like, the problem with some of the most evil people is just how likable they are. You know, like, a lot of people meet these, you know, sociopathic leaders, and they're very charming. And that's one of the things that you have to look out for is because they're really charming.
Yeah.
It actually makes you fear them more.
It's crazy because all the cabbies I talk to in Sydney, they all love Trump. For some reason, they're all Trump supporters.
Well, he represents business, business success, and it's.
They reckon he got shit done, and they have these figures that they've got from social media that back it up. So who knows if it's true? But...
Which is them, like either spouting what he's told them, or one of the meta media companies is spouting that has been told to him. Like all facts that get presented from everything is all like I'm a data analyst, and data can, people can play with data pretty easily, or just obscure one fact that changes things completely. Like if you say that jobs have gone up in America as a result of Trump's blah, right? What it could be is a lot, jobs going up, and then you show like Trump's campaign, and then when his was over and when his started, and then the one before it, well, they could all say that they've had the greatest increase in jobs, and Biden could say the same thing. But it's just like if you take that one chunk out and say he had the greatest, like he increased jobs by blah, it's not taking into context everything around it. It's just taking a fact out and saying, and then mislabeling it and attributing it to something so that it makes that person look good. Mm-hmm. Data is meaningless without context.
Yeah. Hey, I like your idea about just doing what Trump does about cancel culture. You just keep going. I reckon that's a good point that we don't think. It shouldn't be we shouldn't be defined by the stuff that happens, in social media. Because it's not real.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's been cancelled. Like a whole bunch of these people have been cancelled at any one point in time. Hell, even Elon Musk has been cancelled multiple times.
Yeah.
And called out for being such a stupid idiot.
Yeah.
But we forget. We love our business people. They're like the worst people on the face of the planet, and we love them. Because they have more money than us, I guess, and there might be a chance that they'll actually give it to us.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's funny. People with money. All right, should we get onto this?
Yep.
Okay. Episode 7. Any thoughts? Sorry. That was a long thing.
I'm sorry. That was probably my fault. I probably went on too much of a
Do you have any thoughts about this?
Oh, dare you ask. I reckon it's going to get better.
Well, we're going to hear about Sol. He's a darker influence. We decided that last time.
Maybe. I don't know. I reckon...
It was foreshadowed by that.
He fell in love with the head. I reckon he fell in love with the head of the witches. And she said,
the mother.
I'm sorry. And she said, I'm sorry, I'm taken. He was very jealous. And as a result, all hell broke loose.
He murdered them because he was in love with them.
Yep. He wished that he was a woman and that he was gay.
I don't know.
Shall we go?
Hang on.
I should have asked what you thought. You asked what I thought, and I just doused you with an unending spiel.
Well, I was thinking about it. Yeah, I reckon I forgot the characters' names. That's how much I love this series.
Osha and May and Sol. That's all I got.
Osha's probably going to be the Acolyte. I would say Osha is going to be the Acolyte. That's my prediction for the next two. And something that Sol did to the big bad is going to be revealed. He's the one that attacked him. and he escaped somehow, and he's actually he had sort of ill intent. This is where it's greying up what a Jedi is.
Who are we talking about?
Sol.
I don't think he's going to be a big bad guy. There's too much wishy-washiness in this to make anyone a truly...
He's the strongest actor out of all of them. I reckon he could pull it off.
He had to learn English for this role.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow, he did pretty well then.
That's what I heard. So, like, he's the strongest actor who had to learn English to be in this role. I don't know if
he did pretty well, though. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Did you?
That's what I heard. And being in the world that we're in, it could be well and truly wrong. It might have been that he had to learn Chinese Mandarin for this role. I don't. That was a joke. But I know. I don't know. I don't know what it. I just don't. I don't see big reveals that are going to like upend everything. And
well, he said, "I've been planning this for 16 years. I've been planning to tell you this. I've been rehearsing how I'm going to tell you this for 16 years." So he's going to say something in the next 2 episodes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It'll probably be that it was his twin.
He has a twin.
Yeah, he has a twin. I didn't have anything to do with it. My brother did it, and his name was Loz.
Yeah, Loz. And Loz was brainwashed, so he doesn't remember. But he's got a scar on his face.
Yeah, he doesn't remember. Yeah, that's it.
Here's Loz. I keep him in the closet.
It turns out it was the fat Padawan all along.
Oh, he's actually Jar Jar Binks. And it's like,
yeah,
he pulls off the fat suit.
No, he was pregnant. No, he was pregnant with Jar Jar Binks.
All right.
That's his dad. You knocking Jar Jar's dad, you prejudiced bastard.
He's not black enough. Come on. Okay, let's go.
All right.
Ready. Chris isn't here yet.
Missing out.
Ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Excuse me, I'm with you.
Oh, hang on, stop. My sound is playing. It's not playing on the... Oh, I see. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Can we
Ready?
start again?
1, 2.
No. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. You're with me, I'm with you. Yeah.
In a pot.
She brewed them.
What is it?
Bubble, boil, trouble.
No, what is it the little girls are made of? Sugar and spice and
sugar
everything.
and spice.
That's
Sugar! Ice! Everything nice!
That's from Powerpuff Girls. They're Powerpuff Girls.
No, it was before then.
Here we go. Episode 7.
Your father. You may call me Sully Daddy.
What is it? Sorry, Daddy.
Sully Daddy. I'm excited.
It's going to be gripping.
I'm gripped already.
Brendok. 16 years earlier.
Oh no, what? Didn't we do this already?
Flashback. This is her version now.
His version.
Maybe his version.
We have some shrubs. I found a shrub.
He's looking for the weed. That's sweet. 420, baby.
Definitely. Yep, he's caught a shrub. Definitely a shrub. I think the temple will go here. Oh, they're looking for gold? Rocks. Why is he looking so forlorn?
Permanent bitch face. Resting bitch face. He's like a hobbit, Torben.
Yeah, Tobin the Hobbit. No wonder he drank the drink. He thought it was ale. Is he just...
That's what my brother said, actually.
Why do you use a spoon to eat chicken?
That's what the Koreans do, isn't it? He's Korean.
Do they cut with wooden spoon? There's no more nobler purpose to discover the fork and knife. Only a couple of coins.
He found some bottle caps.
He found a bottle cap.
Man, I love the speeders.
Why is he getting rolled up? Oh my gosh.
Witches.
There are women here!
She's smoking hot.
I found more than trees.
Unsettling
Found
music playing.
big boulders. One of the characteristics of any settlement out in the middle of nowhere is a big boulder.
Yeah, man. Stonehenge.
Oh, that's the trash compactor.
Same sound, isn't it?
It looks like it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One, two, three, four, five. So the password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a type of password an idiot has on his luggage.
He's climbing the wall.
So hang on a sec. They've got this massive lock. Oh, okay. So he has to go up pretty high. Fair enough. Violence. Why are you so violent to the kids? Brownie face.
Yeah, that's what they need, emotes, eh?
They're digging a hole. Well, so far what they've been doing is really clandestine and evil. An old mining site on a desolate world. Yep. In other series where that argument will be raised, they'd say, "Well, 3 isn't going to make much more difference." It's like, over 50 of them. Well, 3 more then? Not sure if that's going to make much of a difference. Definitely, she's a good girl. She's a good guy.
This is kind of like the mind control thing you were saying. Hey, your first theory.
And I have a nose ring too. Nose ring. I really want a tattoo.
What?
Right. So far, I'm definitely siding with the witches. And the end product is that Torben never actually ends up back at Coruscant. He just sits in a room.
Poor Torben.
You'll have to send your brother, Loz.
What did you say?
Why does he want to do that? Apart from believing that he wants her to be his Padawan.
They just introduced this plot, this story.
No, this is from day one, Derek. This was written before it was written.
But we never got this side of him. So we don't know if this is true either.
No, I think this is true because the other one was true as well. It was all a matter of perception.
Perspective.
Perspective. In this case, it's perception. Stab. He ends up putting in, it says, cloth. Sorry, I was playing Minesweeper on my iPad.
He's got Roblox.
She just told him.
Is that Pikachu? No.
Yep, that's Pikachu. Dog. Hang on, didn't... That's not how it went in the
Yeah,
previous
it
one.
wasn't.
Oh, this is May.
Mm.
No, sorry, I missed it.
No, I didn't know either.
Sacrificed.
They will be sacrificed on the altar of flagellation. Flatulence.
I wish to lie to the child. Maybe not thousands.
Would you believe 50 and a couple of dogs?
Would you like to be sacrificed on that altar?
I thought they were going to do more.
So he's already seen them use the Force.
Both of them, right?
Uh, Something dangerous. She took over my mind and made me masturbate in front of all of you. Over 55,000.
1,000. Over 9,000.
What?
This is random.
What?
Super
There we
random.
go. There, they've done it. They've just made the plot run itself. Don't you see? I have to do it. The plot tells me to. 1 million,
Tells
2
me.
million, 3 million. I'll have to erase you now.
So is Torben going to kill the witches? Is that the deal?
No, he's going to go up there and say, "You've done a virgins, haven't you?" And they're going to go, "Yes." He's going, "Good, I got a proof I need. See ya. I'm going back to Carson."
But he gets cut in the face.
No, that was because he slipped on the toilet.
It's all about toilet humor.
I slipped in the sonic shower. What? Yeah, she's telling you what she's the leader telling you what to do.
See, that's just bad parenting.
They're never going to get in now. It's not like they have lightsabers or anything. Yep. I'll kill you. Well, now this is the dumb bit. Please tell me that there's a reason for her to be duped.
This is the opposite, isn't it?
No, this is the bit where she kills everyone. With
Oh, it's still the same.
setting,
But the dialogue was
setting-
different.
No, the dialogue was the same. They're just showing us bits of it. So far, the Jedi are pretty evil.
I don't know. This is weak, though. How does this change? I don't know.
I don't know. There might. But if my children kill my children. Oh, it was an accident. It was an accident that she set fire to the book that set fire to the mountain.
Yeah, see, the dialogue that they cut out was like, "I'm going to kill you."
Yeah.
And now it's just erased.
Ooh. Oopsie daisy. Oopity doopity. Ooh, I think I might have done an oopsie.
So it is just as bad.
She said, "I'm gonna kill you," and oh, we've got a Jon Snow moment here.
What's that?
Oh, bows on a. It doesn't matter. It just looks a bit like the.
I see.
I thought really hard. Holy shit!
Fucking hell.
Oh, she's killing her.
Killing? No.
She's turning her daughter into nothing.
What the fuck? How does that make sense, though?
What? Why did you turn to mist then? Whoops. What the hell happened? Yeah. He's just looking a bit tired. Oh no, her little
Her
fire.
little book. Fucking hell.
So this tells you this is why you should never own a book.
Books are bad.
How do you know that? Alright, so she's doing that thing now. Oh, they've all turned into gas. What's happening again? My mind is fortified.
Oh, they made him British.
It's great. I love it. Makes it so much more legitimate.
Oh, at least we got to see the Wookiee with the Jedi.
Yeah,
With the
we got to see
lightsaber.
him fight. Not very well, but
Whoa, fuck yeah.
oh, it's a good thing he can't fight. That's it. What? What are you doing?
Ooh.
Kill him. Oh, this is where it cuts his face. Oh no, it's already cut his face.
What a jump.
Good jump.
Oh, I cut off his hand?
No, he didn't. He just hit him in the arm. Mmm. 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 Ooh, ah, 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 ah. Oh, what just
What?
happened? What just
Oh
happened?
no. It's so bad.
Did she just kill all of those ladies? No, she must have just sent them to sleep.
But the whole place blows up, and that's what we saw.
Oh, they burn. Hmm. Oh
It's
my god,
depressing.
this is so stupid. I can't believe this is so dumb.
Like,
I
they just
mean,
had it out. They said it was all brainwashing. We could rewrite anything, but they did the exact same thing.
yeah. Oh my gosh. They're all sleeping. They'd have to be sleeping. They wouldn't be dead.
Yeah.
Quick. Oh gosh, those girls are heavy. Keep those girls up. Oh. I think he is. I think he is trying to help you. Please tell me that's not okay.
Oh, it's so bad, dude.
Yeah. Just when you think it's bad, it gets worse. He should have killed himself after that. After that thing
Seppuku.
he did. Yeah, that thing that he did that he deserved to spend his. It'll be a bad guess. You did.
Oh, God.
Yep, that happened.
Oh, God.
What? Well, it's a good thing that Trinity died in the first episode because she was the one that actually didn't do anything wrong. Your sister burned down the stone fortress.
At this point, I would just 2 times or 3 times speed this series and
But it's
please
so
be
much
over.
more enjoyable doing this with you.
Oh, God. It's so bad, dude.
You make it all worthwhile, Derek.
This is so, so bad. This is just God awful.
It's like what is this music?
Unless I'm just still grasping, because why the
No,
hell?
don't.
Why the, like you mentioned it, Corbin was so guilty. What did he actually do that deserved his own death? He didn't really fucking do anything.
What is this music? Listen.
I paused it. I'm over it. What is it? Hip hop.
It's hip hop.
I think it's going to be the good parts. Don't want to feel it all. Yeah, you got that. I feel the same way.
Oh my god. Look, I admit I'm going to show my age right now and say that hip hop should not be in Star Wars.
But they're
But
appealing to the demographic.
yeah, but take that, like, that's my opinion. Hip hop shouldn't be in Star Wars, but that's my opinion. Take that out. Still, the episode is shit. It's so bad. Like the most important thing that they needed to do was to show that May did not burn down the temple with a little fire. That's like the most important thing, because that is the most unrealistic thing. Like, honestly, can you imagine all of the shows that have had, like, we've got to get to the heart and drop, like, set thermal detonators or whatever, or throw this into the thing to make sure that we blow the building up, when all they needed to do was to grab a torch and just drop it on
No, they had to get the little girl to drop the torch accidentally. But
and set fire to a book.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing.
That
That's
was
why
the secret.
books are outlawed in Star Wars.
If only they sent a
Star
little
Wars-
girl into the Death Star to burn a book.
Little girl,
That's all
book,
they needed.
fire. 3 ingredients required to destroy any structure.
But she's got to do it with evil intent, you know. She's got to have
But
that
she didn't.
unfocused
No,
look.
but she didn't do it. She didn't do it with evil intent.
She did when she burnt it. Burnt the book.
No, well, she burnt the book.
Yeah.
She didn't mean to burn everything.
Not the whole thing. No.
Her intent was just to burn the book. And then she realized, hang on a sec, I'm burning a book and it's on fire. That's not what I intended.
Fuck. This song is called Twin Flame.
And I'm guessing it's been sung by the main actress.
Oh, you think
Plays
so?
Osha.
Probably.
That's my
Multi-talented, eh?
guess. Yeah, she is a paragon. No. Yeah, she's awesome. I'm
Polygot.
sure.
Power of... I'll skip forward until I see the music. Yep.
Because she would have said, hey, do you think that I could do, like, the end music to one of the episodes?
What's that? What? What did you say?
That's what she probably... I would imagine that she said, hey, do you think I could do the music to one of the last episodes?
Power
I
of...
said, only...
Performed by Victoria Monet. Who's that?
I don't know.
Let's have a look. I don't think that's her.
No, I don't think it is either, actually.
Victoria Monet. All I see... Ah, okay. British hip hop artist. R&B.
Maybe Torben was her, like, was the backup.
Backup singer. He was like the DJ. Is that what you
Maybe
mean?
the DJ. Whoa.
DJ
Boom.
Torbs.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. 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 Boom.
So they were looking for this virgin. So that's what my brother said. So my brother picked that part. But the rest just unraveled exactly as we saw it. There's no, like...
There wasn't any memory manipulation, no.
Yeah.
Emergence, you see. Emergence.
But what really...
Only once before has there ever been a virgins.
Yeah.
And that was when hip-hop was in Star Wars.
It was a virgin, all right. But then, you know, Sol just... His motivations are so weak in this.
It's the same. It's the same. It's all about these people's wishy-washy motivations. It's all about people making...
She
like,
just dropped this line,
gut
oh, I have a
reactions.
Padawan, you don't have a Padawan. And we're meant to buy it just like that. We're meant to buy this
is
whole
why
thing.
you don't have a Padawan.
Yeah. Are we meant to buy that
It's-
shit? No. I'm not going to.
It's so... Like, it's surface level. It's people who don't understand not even basic psychology. It's like when you say to a child, you don't want this. Yes, I do. And that's it. That's the motivation. That's how people work in all situations. Would you like this? No. You don't want this. Yes, I do. Do we have anyone in chat?
Yeah, there was, but it's just a spam bot.
A bot.
And the other thing was just the Torben thing. So she entered his mind to figure out what he wants. I think that was more for our benefit, like to see that he wanted to go home, because she didn't mind control him as per se. But
well, she did. She used it as a reason to take control of his mind.
But like not control his behavior, like a thought control thing. It wasn't like he was under her control the whole time.
No, but it was the prelude to what the Wookiee would do. Like they took control of the Wookiee. They just showed that that's what.
Oh yeah.
So Torben was one step away from that happening.
But what I mean is, when she entered the mind, we had that dialogue. It was just to sort of incentivize his bizarre action of running in there. You know, that's how it was set up, and it's just dumb, isn't it?
No, yeah, you're right.
He wants so bad to go back to Coruscant.
She got into his mind to understand what his motivation was, so that the audience would know what his motivation was, so that when the virgins came up, he said, "Oh yeah, let's do it." I mean, it's not like they were leaving anyway, because they weren't, were they? They weren't leaving, were they? Oh wait,
they were leaving.
They
could leave anytime.
They were leaving.
If we go, let's go back to Coruscant, everybody. Okay. That means it's the virgins.
No, I don't know if they were leaving. But
no, I'm pretty sure they were leaving. The whole body language about the whole scenario was that they were leaving. Like, all that they were there to look for in the last 6 weeks was to find out what was going on, and finally they find out.
Yeah.
Like, they were leaving. We could go back to Coruscant now. Well, we could have gone back to Coruscant a little bit while ago, but now you've bugging it up for all of us.
And so the other huge thing is...
I'm just going to do some yoga for the next 20 years, and then I'm going to top myself when someone says, "Would you like to drink this poison?"
I know.
I was waiting for you to ask me, little lady.
And he didn't even comment that it was her, you know.
No.
There would be some dialogue, you know.
I couldn't do it myself, and you could have killed me before, but I didn't want you to kill me. I wanted you to offer for me to kill myself, because I couldn't have done it
and especially because it was her. Like, he was there, and if he was really guilty about that one thing...
He didn't say anything.
You know. And but the other thing is the witches all died in this really fucked up, really amateur way.
Yeah.
Like, they all just passed out.
Yeah, and they either passed out or they died. I hope they passed out and burned to death. Not because I want anyone to die through burning, but because it's even worse if they all died because the lady got them out of the Wookiee's head. Yeah.
But even that sentence, I really hope that you passed out and burned to death. This is like, this is where we are in this series. The options that we're hoping for are really fucking just like bad premises.
Yeah, but I mean, all right, I'm going to take a step back, because...
And we didn't see the Darth guy at all. Like, this is the whole episode where we could have got that information.
Well, this is the episode before that, yeah. We've got one more episode to go, Derek.
So we get another flashback? Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you going to say? You said step it back?
Flashback. I think we might get an aneurysm, but I don't know if we'll get a flashback.
Did you say... You said you were going to take a step back?
Take a step back from me projecting what I think their intentions are and look at the series as a whole.
Yeah.
So if we look at the series as a whole, what do we have? We have... Oh gosh, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, but the thing that I got from this episode was that May was a softer character. She wasn't as evil. But then again, they just cut out all the dialogue. So we're meant to assume that that dialogue is still there and that all that I'm going to kill you and all that stuff is still the same. But we just didn't see it, so it presents
But they
her...
took it out of the they removed the context of that because it's not like that didn't happen in it's like you can't present because as you said like it's a different perspective. So a certain point of view. This is all about a certain point of view. But they're taking out some of the things that they did that they would have had a point of view about having said, like, I will kill you, my sister.
Yeah.
That is what they had said. It's not like they didn't hear it. They said it.
Yeah.
But at the same time as well, this is the other problem with this series, these two episodes, is that the first episode is from the perspective of, I think it's only from the perspective of the girls, and then this is the perspective of everyone.
Because we saw Sol, we saw like the bit with May by herself, and we saw...
it wasn't just like, this wasn't the perspective of the Jedi, this was everyone's crap that they were dumping on each other.
And so...
it's just bad writing. You know, this is the thing about, like, they're trying to create motivations for people, but this is the thing, that the worst type of writing is one where it's not about the motivations of the person, it's the motivations of the moment. So at this point in time, I'm feeling this, so this is my motivation, and which is not how people work. People don't work by, like, people might have a thought but not act on a thought because they are a certain type of person. The plot but if a person has a thought and the plot wants it to go in that direction, then that thought becomes reality. So I want my daughter to go crazy and start bashing things and destroying stuff for some reason because I'm an adult and I won't do it myself. You know, like the other mum getting May to do all this stuff. Like, that's her. Why is she getting the kid to do it? Why doesn't she just do it? You know, why is she inciting the child? That's for the plot. That's because if she's a mother at all, she probably wouldn't incite her child to go and do shit.
Yeah.
She would do it. So that's like incredibly cowardly to get your child to act like that. So
and it's not believable.
That doesn't represent a good... Yeah, it's not believable because it doesn't represent what a person would actually do unless they're the worst type of person. And that's the problem, is that once you get people who are just acting on surface level intent that drives the plot, it makes them look like the worst type of people because they're not in control of themselves. You know, people who aren't in control of themselves, you know, people have no respect for people who can't control themselves. And that's what all of these people are. They're people who can't control their thoughts and emotions. They're not consistent.
They're doing these...
They are irrational.
Yeah.
They're all irrational. They're all acting on irrational thoughts. Which, how can you empathize with that?
But see, there's then the part of me that thinks that what they're going for is this sort of... I don't know. It's like we are confused because we've seen the same scene twice.
Yeah. Thank goodness they had 2 episodes out of an 8-episode series dedicated to the same event.
Yeah. Are they trying to create this confusion? because I've seen books where they have like untrusty narrators and things like that, where they write
that's
things
not
and it's
what's
untrue, and it's not what's happening
that would
because
make
we
sense,
what we
but that
saw in the
can't be what's happening here.
yeah,
That
'cause-
can't be what's happening here unless they're really bad writers. Because, like, no one would accept that you've lied to them about the next episode because that's just waste. Like, the first episode was supposed to be from the perspective of one group.
the
and
first
the next one
flashback,
was,
you mean?
yeah, that was Osha's perspective, wasn't it? And then the rest, but even then it wasn't because they had conversations that Osha wasn't involved in. So it's just yeah, it's dumb. Because as soon as you break that, as soon as you say, "Oh, this is from Osha's perspective," and then you have conversations that Osha wasn't involved in, then you start creating. Then the next episode where you've got everyone's reactions is like, well, here's the other stuff you didn't see before. Because it's not from, like, you know how there's the conversation between the mum and the mum where they say, I created them, I birthed them.
Yeah.
You know, that's, Osha wasn't there for that, May wasn't there for that. So that was outside of their perspectives.
Yeah.
So you broke that barrier of one person's perspective and then the reality later on. Like, even if you're trying to do that, you've failed at doing that.
Yeah. Let me get something to drink and then we'll do the last one.
Yeah, you look exhausted.
1 sec.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MOG. We have been enjoying ourselves for quite some time, discussing all kinds of activity that is just truly wonderful, particularly around the Acolyte. Derek is
I should have
now
told you to keep the people
on the
entertained.
brink of depression, and
Sorry. What did you say?
I am just talking about the ladies and gentlemen. I'm just addressing the ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
Who is Flurry Pick Music, who is a bot. Hello, bot. How are you, bot?
Best viewers
You know what?
on Cutley. Bedge.
Yeah.
All right, final predictions, man. Because we're not going to season 2. I'd refuse. I refuse.
Best prediction, honestly, disappointment.
I still think Osha's going to join this Acolyte guy, the Sith.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't. That was such a nothing episode. Yeah.
It was, hey. It was really disappointing. They had all of the pieces in place to improve it, and they just didn't go there.
Improve, but they would no. But if you can say one thing, it's consistency.
Consistently
And
bad.
they've been consistently bad. They've been consistently bad. And they've been very effective at their level of averageness. But honestly, I think, and I know there's been a lot of media and dissection and pulling it apart and all of this stuff. Really, this is just an average writer writing an average series that just so happens to be Star Wars, and so it's getting more attention than it deserves. Like, this is, like, it's Star Wars, we're watching Star Wars, we're analyzing it like it's some piece of cinematic history, which, because it's Star Wars, it in some ways is, but at the same time, it's just average crap that is just falls into the background of a whole bunch of other stuff that's poorly written and rubbish.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. But, you know, the reason why
How do you feel?
Well, the reason why I brought up all of that writing stuff last time.
And it was great that you did.
Well, Because like what I was thinking, like when you what it comes down to with all of us is that to get over these hurdles, and you really need to go back to, you know, a heritage of what it means to write good. And that's being bypassed now. Like you said, actually, they're getting all the best bits, the fugitive bit, the Witcher bit with the shirtless guy, the lightsaber bit. She's ticked off all these little bits and pieces and clobbered it together. But what you're missing is this deep heritage of learning from the best. Like, learn from Chris Nolan. Like in art, we do master copies. We copy a painting by Rembrandt and we learn how it's done. And like, there's no shame in learning that stuff and doing it right, because that's what creates good writers. And what we're getting is just these sort of hodgepodge. It's never going to be good writing unless you spend the time and do that stuff. And like, they've obviously skipped ahead, skipped all of that stuff, and created this. And I don't know if they're learning from it. Hopefully, they're learning from it.
Like the most celebrated musicians, all of those people, once you know history of music, you can see their influences. It doesn't diminish the greatness of their music. It gives you an understanding of it and its history, but it doesn't diminish its greatness. So, same with filmmaking, with any type of learning, is if like the best type of originality and inspirational writing or creativity it requires you to have a knowledge and an understanding of what came before it, because you're building on that. Like, best type of creativity is building upon the creativity of others. It's not plagiarism or stealing. That's why they say, the best, what is it, someone borrows genius is steal or something. I forgot the phrase, but like, you take great ideas and understanding and like, creativity is about the combining of ideas in a different way. Like, it has foundations based on everything that came before it, because if it didn't have those foundations, it'd fall apart. But it's the combining of those inspirations, those ideas, and all of that to create something new that evokes emotions, feelings, and something that, brings it out with you, that makes you feel like you haven't seen it before, even though in some ways you have, but not exactly like this. But if you don't take from the best, if you don't understand the best, then you're only borrowing from. You could be potentially the best writer there is, but because you have a lack of experience and understanding of everything that is built upon great writing, you can't reach that genius level of creativity. I mean, some people can, because, but that's not how most people get there. Even great people don't necessarily get there by just pure inner inspiration.
And I really think that it goes back to sort of what we were talking about in the Star Wars episode that never aired, but we talked about how Lucas was very much a mentor to Dave Filoni, and he sat through him and they watched all these old films and he taught them how to edit, and he taught them what makes a good story, what makes, like, in the Lucas tradition, and so he learnt it, and that's why Filoni is the one who made Mando, and that's why it has a bit of that strong sort of DNA of whatever it is, that sort of magic that Star Wars has.
And they combined that with Jon Favreau, who had other experience as well.
Yeah. And that's deeply lacking here. There's this heritage of writing and story making that is deeply lacking here. And that's why I sort of brought it up, because it's evident when you look at the Masters and you look at this. It's so fucking, night and day.
Well, and there's a lot of a history of dismissing white males as well. I think there's a bit of that where, and even like buy into that white males have been a patriarchy and dominant in the fields. Okay, if you like go buy into that, that's fine. but because they've been privileged and they've been in a position to get experience and knowledge and get good at certain things, yes, it's been exploitative. Yes, they have been, it's been unfair. Don't ignore the experience that they've got and the knowledge and skills that they've developed, because those are legitimate knowledge and skills. They're based around privilege, they're based around unfairness. But if you just ignore it, then you ignore, then you reject everything, and you have to start from scratch.
Well, you're going to also learn the hard way as well, because you're not tapping into,
you start from scratch.
You're not tapping into the experience of these people, and you have to be a bit more open-minded, like, than if that is the case and they are rejecting that stuff.
I mean, look, like most, you look into the history of a lot of musicians, and they're not nice people. Some of them are abusive, like drug addicts, and like you don't celebrate their lives, but you can learn from their music. And like, if you reject the good, like you understand the bad, you don't have to celebrate a person, but you can celebrate ideas. You can celebrate skills and knowledge. To grow, you have to. You take the good and you learn from the bad so that you don't replicate it. But if you reject everything, you don't learn from history.
The other point I'll bring up is that you don't necessarily have to follow the formula, because all the books, not all of them, but like a large majority of them, are trying to come up with a formula. They think that, okay, this is what good writing is. And it's not. Like, the first one I picked up was Story. It's a very famous book about writing. And like, even he says, like, every story has a different number of acts. Indiana Jones has 7 acts. You know, this is why we couldn't really pin it down to 4.
I got in trouble for saying 4.
Did I say that I wasn't 4?
I think so. I don't know.
We were doing that just to come up with 3 jokes.
Saying, yeah. I think some of. Oh yeah. But I think I got in. Some people making fun of me for saying there was more than 3 acts.
Not The Last Crusade, the first one.
I don't remember what it was.
I don't
remember.
Anyway, it's probably more than 3, definitely.
Act 25.
But you know what I mean? Like, there's no formula. Like, you can go beyond genre and formula and still write a good story, I believe. And that's what Lucas did with Star Wars, I think. And so she can go to town, and I think, you know, people like Rian Johnson, they can go to town, but you have to be grounded in the fundamentals of like why we watch. You know, good story is like lovable characters that we're interested in, and you know, want to see through this thing or whatever journey they're on. We have to be invested in them. And if you're just fucking with your characters and you're fucking with us, then we're going to switch off 100%. And that's what's happening here. That's what happened in The Last Jedi.
Look, honestly, I think that I feel like these people don't actually know what good character is. I think that these people might even be writing for what they think is a good character. For them, it's just not for everyone else. I don't know, because there's other examples of this where it's these two-dimensional characters, these amorphous intentions and motivations that don't seem to be grounded in reality. And it kind of smells like people who aren't grounded in reality.
Well, like, go back to Chris Nolan always, because he says he comes up with like the idea, the premise, and then he sits down and writes the story, you know, without distraction, in one perspective, from that perspective. So it's true, you know. There's only one voice, and that's what he's writing for. And that's good writing, you know. You have to follow these people that are doing it well. You can't just write a manifesto and like put it in and like, there it is. That's great writing. It's not. It's following a story, a character, and like their perspective and their dialogue and everything, you know, in a sequential order, pretty much. He writes it sequentially, So it makes sense to us, you know?
Yeah, but I think that there's an element more on top of that. I think that a person has to understand what their process is to break it, and I think that that's what ends up like when you look at someone who's truly good at something, they understand the fundamentals behind like all of the elements that go into making something good, and they understand it to such an extent that they can go and play with it. So like they've got a like if you've got wiring for a device to make it work, and you know that that's the default way of doing that. If you understand all the elements enough, you can build upon that and make it completely different and more effective. But in order to do that, you have to understand it. And I think that these people who are very good at something probably will write about the base level that they do to do something. But because they understand that base level, they actually probably do things beyond that, which is those elements that make it even more original. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of how I see it.
It's that spark. I mean, Chris Nolan
Yeah.
definitely has it, because you can see it in his dialogue. It's very, when he says he looks at Leonard like he's an exotic insect. The way that's written, that's very clever. That's not just like, that's not a Ryan Johnson line. He's not thinking about how an actor perceives someone for the audience to view it, you know? That's taking into account the audience, the actor, the relationship between the main character and that actor in one line. That's kind of fucking genius, you know?
Yeah, and I think it like
because like the
language
look you
a way
would
of
give is
evoking
like
imaging.
sort of like looking deep or like a little bit afraid. Like
Well, exotic insect is a combination of concepts. It's not just one concept; it's a combination. Exotic is in interesting, something fascinating, but at the same time, because you have insect, it means that it's something that you're almost above. So you're looking down on it because it's an insect. So an exotic insect is more than just conjures up an image of something that's out in the middle of the jungle and it's an insect. There's a feeling, there's a thought, there's a whole bunch of concepts wrapped up in just those two words.
Yeah.
So exotic. So and we don't think about that, but some words evoke a whole bunch of concepts in one word, and that helps us to establish a process and a behavior.
Well, there's so much depth in that look. You know, anyone would approach that differently every time. So if you get the right actor, that's about casting. But like if you get the right actor, which they nailed the casting in that, you know, Lenny, fucking hell, he was amazing in Memento, right? You know, it just plays out itself. Like once you've got that piece in place. But he was a genius, so I don't know. We're expecting too much, 100% from all these people.
I don't know. I think a few more years, Leslie will just be right on top of it.
I heard she got fired from this.
I reckon she'll be in Memento too.
Did you hear? Did you hear that as well? That she got fired from this?
No, I didn't hear that.
Maybe it's wrong.
Where there's a lot of rumors that go around this time, like stuff that goes out and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like. Because there's a lot of, like, it might be true, but I've heard lots of things like Kathleen Kennedy gets fired, and
all right.
So I don't know how many times Kathleen Kennedy has gotten fired. She shouldn't exist at this point, based on how many times I've heard that.
What was her involvement in Andor? I'm curious.
Yeah. I don't know, but I'm just saying, yeah, I don't see anything just looking right up the top as her getting fired, but I mean...
Leslie or Kathleen?
Yeah. Leslie. If you look at Kathleen, you just have a call to arms. It's...
Yeah.
But, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm pretty convinced that Kathleen Kennedy has some blackmail on people.
Blackmail?
Yeah.
Oh, who?
Bob Iger, George Lucas. I'm not sure. Steven Spielberg. I have no idea. But no one that makes that many failures, and is quite clearly such a significant failure.
What's the blackmail? What could it be?
I don't want to speculate. I'll get in trouble. But our one viewer might be the one person who like takes
Hey,
it on
Dodes is
high.
here.
Oh, really?
He made it.
Missing out.
Hey, welcome, man. Good to see you.
Hey, bro. How you going?
We just finished episode 7. It was very bad.
Oh, it was a doozy.
It was very, very bad.
It was wondrous.
I'm not going to spoil it for you, but don't watch it if you can avoid it.
Yes, watch this instead. Watch this instead.
Did you want to watch the final one with us?
Pure quality. Oh my gosh.
He hasn't.
Yeah, I think because there's a delay in when he gets the message.
All right.
Well, yeah. So, but I'm convinced. Absolutely convinced. There's no way. Like, she's been around for a long time. She's been involved in some significant movies. She's seen a lot of stuff. She's heard a lot of stuff. And then the Me Too movement comes out. I reckon she's got dirt.
Yeah.
So she'll leave when she's decided to.
Well, yeah. How old is she?
I think 105.
She's
I have no
she's
idea.
Yoda.
I think she's.
Oh, he's in bed. I'll let you rest,
good
man. It
call.
is pretty late.
Yeah. Oh, get ready for.
Good
get
to
ready
see
for
ya.
Another rip-roaring adventure.
Here we go. The last episode that we
Shall
will
we do
watch. Acolytes episode 8. Ready?
Yeah, the last episode that we will watch. One sec. Just gotta make an adjustment. I'm gonna move you across.
The chat on this app is like retyping words. So yeah, I understand that.
Not make tap toes.
There, you see it
That
now.
one. That one, yeah. Because my internet connection's better now, I can actually.
Oh, that's
watch
good. That's good. Okay, ready?
it. Ready?
1,
3.
Oh, hang on. Every time? Yeah, press space. It comes out twice.
Press space. It comes out.
Just
You're a
one
liar.
long word then. We'll try and
My
decipher
brother
it.
is a liar. He's just making it up.
No, he's actually typing twice himself.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Twins.
Avoidance.
Get ready for stupidity. I can just imagine the director. Oh, perfect. I love that take.
I love how you all fell over. Dreadlocks.
And what do you bring with you? I didn't notice. That was the line with the cave, right? Empire?
Oh
Only-
yeah.
Only what you take with you.
I mean,
Only what you take with you.
Yeah.
Derek, you take with you that stuff. Oh, we've got breathing. Do you
Heavy
think it's going
breathing.
to turn into hip hop? Hey, my man.
It's beatboxing.
Oh, she can't breathe. Hang on a sec. I thought it was force free. I thought... Oh, she's taking over him. Don't make him a good guy. He just murdered a whole bunch of... He murdered a child.
This is the only way she can side with him, though, so they're writing it in.
Yeah. Can someone please explain to me what killing with no weapon means?
There's no fate but what we make.
Make for ourselves! He's not a good guy now.
Oh, man. Can we 2 times this?
No. I'll laugh too hard. She was going to eat you.
With a spoon.
She was turning you into smoke. Cause like you burned everyone to death in the stone. You're the same person. Oh, not again! Not again! Not again! I'm so sick of this trope. I'm going to give you the meaning of life is 40. Oh!
Yeah. It's 42, bro.
No, it was 41. If I hadn't tased myself, you would have known that. In hell? Hell? See you in hell.
How do they know about hell?
What is going on? For crying out loud. Just, like, this is literally the first, what? How long has it been? 5 minutes. And 3 of those minutes were just reruns.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow Osha and kill her. Why? Because
It's May.
May, so they all look the same.
At least we get a little space battle.
No, we don't.
Like a race.
He's not
Like
gonna
a
shoot-
car
Do you
chase.
see how the helmet actually doesn't fit on her because of her dreadlocks?
Wow, asteroid belt. That's the rings of the planet, is it?
What's going on? What is this action scene about? Just go out.
Oh, look at that. That's cool. Old
He's
school.
not gonna shoot. Why would he shoot?
Shoot to
Oh
stun.
no. This-
It's the same as the tunnel. That's cool though. As the
Yeah.
trench.
Oh, that's such a good callback. See, now he's gonna. Why? Why? Basil, no!
Why
Bad Basil.
Bad Basil.
Bad boy. Bad boy. In your bed. In your bed. Oh.
No,
I don't know
no,
why we keep.
no schmackos for Basil.
He's gone like back into his bed and he's
No
not coming out
walkies.
for at least a week.
I know. Time to snip, Basil.
Bad Basil. Basil knew that she was a bad guy. What is going on?
Oh, another crash. They've nailed the crashes in this series.
Yeah, nailed the non-death crashes.
So that's Leslie's wife. Did you know?
Yeah, I know.
There's nothing wrong with nepotism, eh?
You're mad.
See what I mean about the manifesto? They just drop it in.
Yeah. Let's use words. New power.
How witty.
Oh, thank goodness we get to see little. Why do we keep seeing the same 3 animals?
They're the only robots they can make on the budget.
Yeah, that's right. We got all this budget.
3
we
of those
see
things.
3 animals. 2 mummy, daddy,
And the baby.
baby.
Has Chris seen this already?
I don't think so. I don't know. They're trying to present this guy as a good guy when he's just done. Well, actually, point to counter myself.
Whoa. Who's that? That's freaky.
I think it's supposed to be Darth Plagueis the Wise.
You reckon? What was you going to say to counter yourself?
We're getting their perspective, not necessarily what the writers try to make us think. Make us think is the good guy and bad guy and black. But what she is interpreting his intentions as.
Yeah. That she's switching sides.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it any less bad.
Oh no, Basil. Let me guess. Basil's the bad guy now. I mean, like Sol's the bad guy, but why does Basil keep sniffing?
Because Sol is the bad guy? Basil doesn't like him? Because Basil can't be bad.
Basil's the chief and protagonist.
He's the big bad. Basil.
Who's this? Who's this guy?
He's Mog. He's our mascot.
He exudes confidence.
Did you see that walk? And his simper? Manly man.
I still find it hard. Like, I feel like they're trying to make him a hunky guy that we're supposed to empathize with, but he murdered a child.
No, he's like meant to be the Witcher guy. You know, the shirtless Witcher guy. Have you watched The Witcher?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it, but I know about that scene. It's become a bit of a meme.
Which one? There's like a lot of shirtless
there's
scenes.
there's a lot.
There's a lot of shirtless.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pectoral muscles, if you know what I mean. And I mean pectoral muscles. I'm talking about men's muscles. I'm not talking about any other type of pectorals.
No.
Hey. So why are they here again?
Not sure. Oh,
Did
she get a vision of her?
There's a versions here. There's a Vergans.
But did she get a vision of her? Is that why Osha's going there?
Yeah. That's why she's here. But I don't know why he's here. Apart from there being at least I said that. I reckon Sol's going to die.
You reckon he's dying this episode?
Yep.
To who?
I reckon Osha kills him.
Really? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. The person you least suspect.
Is he a bad guy, though?
No.
Does he deserve it?
No. But there'll be a misinterpretation of intentions.
Oh, fucking sure there will.
It looked like he's going to kill May, and Osha kills him to protect May.
Oh, okay. There's no misinterpretation there.
No, but he won't be killing Osha. He'll be like trying to reason with her or something. He'll be trying to save her or some crap. There's so much There's so much like I'm about to tell you something important, and then something, and there's so many.
And then he dies with it.
This and
we never find out. They just kill him.
I must tell you, I am your
Oh no.
Hey, that looks pretty good after the fire. Should have stayed there. Would have been alright. You can't fix the wiring.
Hot-wired
The
it.
mountain exploded.
She used
No, the mountain exploded. Did you not see the mountain explode?
she used the blue wire.
But even if she got the blue wire, it's not going to go up because there's no mountain to go up, Derek. There's no mountain there. It burned.
There's
It
no reactor.
exploded.
Yeah.
There's nothing. I mean, sure. Oh, gosh, stop calling out, mate.
All that English paid off for him, eh?
I love how the music goes.
Well,
Why are they fighting? I don't think Kymir's going to die. I think he's going to live.
Who?
Kylo Smilo Ren.
Oh, right. What did you call
That's
him?
what we call. They've been calling him Smilo Ren
Smilo.
because he's got the grin. Oh, that's comedy gold.
The Matrix thing.
Yeah.
With the Matrix woman in it.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's new.
Yeah. I love how they do that. Always showing the thing to. I love the force sound. It's so dumb. They're using slow motion. They're using force sounds to show slow motion. Good job. Good on your soul. You're the soul of a Jedi.
It's got to be a different actor, hey. He looks way more buff when he's got the...
Well, you don't get to see his pectorials. Oh, I don't want to hear it.
It's my fault. Oh, that's right, the black ones.
Yes, he did. She did do it. She burnt it. There you go. I love the zoom in. Ha 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 hoo ha hoo. No, factor a reset. She's killed your friend that you said you loved.
Yeah. This is totally Xena, you know? With the music.
It is. Why are they fighting? Well, why is the other one fighting anyway? How far into this are we? Halfway.
Halfway. 46-minute episode.
I swear, the more I watch this, the more I watch this. It's okay, lightsaber fight.
Oh yeah, the fights are good.
Yeah, he's going to bring it towards it so it bangs and it shuts everything off, right? Well, hang on a second, the lightsaber turned...
He's got the second one though, doesn't he?
the other one. But the other guy's dead. Sol's dead. Sol's dead. He got him. Oh no. I think I'm wrong. Oh, it's so artificial. This is so artificial. Great, she gets the kill. She kills it. No, she kills it without
Without the weapon, how though?
the weapon.
Poisons him.
Yeah.
What? They use the line.
Yeah. And this is why May doesn't do it. Osha does. Great. Now Osha's seen it. Now it's time for her to do her thing. I was going to tell you, but the plot didn't let me. Oh, you're right. Told you.
No, you said it was going to be like an accident. This was very direct.
Yeah, it was. You're right. I did predict it was going to be a this said this and that and the other and misinterpreted, but yeah.
This was her turning to the dark side.
Yes.
By choice.
Yeah.
And now they're showing it symbolically.
Yeah. I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't make me want to watch season 2 though.
God, no. I don't think I can. Oh, good, Basil. Good on you, Basil. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy, Basil? I'm a bad guy? I'm a bad guy
Are we
now?
the baddies?
Guy? I'm a bad guy. I don't want to be. It's not working. Oh, thank goodness for that. Why didn't anyone else do that?
They can't kill off the wife of the director though.
No, not yet. She's gonna be the ultimate bad guy.
They can kill off the strongest actor in the series though. Fucking hell.
Yeah, well. We're supposed to. I don't. I don't know who are we supposed to be. I don't. She got sucked in. Bring him back to life. Oh, she knows everything.
Fucking hell.
5 clicks. Use the metric system.
It's like, hey, we know feet and yards.
I pretended to be dead.
It's like, is she gonna kiss him? No.
No.
Not that kind of a series, Derek.
Yeah, Derek, what are your thoughts? You dirty man. Oh, Basil, come on. Can we get rid of Basil?
Follow him.
No, we can't use We can't use the Force.
What's
we have
up,
to use
boy?
Basil.
This is the director clearly loved Lassie, and she's like clearly copying from the best.
I reckon it's probably one of the kids or something. Who cares? Sat here and I waited. There's so much murder in this that's ignored by people. These characters.
They're gonna kiss. Come on, someone kiss.
They're one and the same person.
That's why it's
just
okay.
Self-love, Derek.
Yeah, I know. It's just masturbation.
I guess so. Yeah, self-love's fine. It's not incest if it's yourself, Derek.
We had an argument with Alex Chan about this, and you said you would.
What?
Don't worry.
Oh, if you had a duplicate of yourself.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't. Oh, God. If I can find you second the Jedi, not with the Force, but using Basil. I don't get. What? Are we supposed to empathize? Who are we supposed to be rooting for? Do it. How does this get so bad?
Do it.
Wait, my memory. Just like Soul almost didn't do. But didn't.
Are they gonna shake hands? Oh no.
Oh, right. Turn it on. No. I don't know what's going on.
How does this bullshit get series 2? Fucking hell.
I don't think it can. Well, you know, it can. Because Kathleen Kennedy has.
Well, they dropped
very
all these
juicy
things,
dirt.
like they had that secret guy in the shadows, and I'm gonna train with you.
Oh no, they're definitely leading to a season 2. It's just the dumbest season. It's just
I
like,
refuse to watch it.
oh god, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, I'm
all at
gonna
once on 3 times
going-
speed.
Yeah. You're with him. Oh no, you can't just. Why wouldn't you always do it then? Why wouldn't you always wipe her memory then? I'm gonna attempt to wipe her memory. But I can do it. Who are you?
Oh, fucking hell. Who are you? It's
Who are
Memento.
you?
She's copying from Memento now.
And this is me drink too much. Oh god, this is terrible. This is so bad. Who are we empathizing with? I don't understand, Derek. I don't understand.
It's bad.
Explain this to me. Oh yeah, look. Force wipe.
Force wipe.
Force
Can you do that to me? Come on. Do it now. Erase these 8 seasons.
Yeah, me too.
8
Me too.
series. There you go.
Derek, do you want to watch the Acolyte? I've heard that
Oh
there's a
yeah,
new
why
series of
not?
Star Wars. What's this on
Trailer
TV?
looks alright. Lots of lightsabers.
Is this the trailer? I'm watching a show. It's got. Hey, she's got the rebellion symbols on her.
Cool set.
I like the dials.
Wonder if she's a lesbian.
I would be okay with that.
I'd be fine with that.
Is that her girlfriend? Why is there rebellion symbols on her? Dreadlocks. Dreadlocks. Seeing a man. Oh yeah, it's a man. A man did it. A man. Derek did it. Derek, man, murder. So I run.
I read.
Oh, good. His name. There you go.
What's that guy from? I've seen him before.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen it before too. So this is why the Jedi are being the Sith are extinct.
Oops.
It's my name. What's his name? Jeff.
Jeff.
Jeff the Sith. Jeff the Sith. I'm expecting to see Basil again.
Oh no, you're traumatized now.
I hate that character so much.
Hey Jeff. Nice guns.
Yeah.
Oh yes. They're gonna fuck.
They're gonna make babies. Do you think they'll make Palp? I think they'll make Anakin. Alnikin Skywalker.
Gosh, so bad, dude.
Uh,
Oh, it's more.
uh.
Hey! One callback.
Ignorant I am.
Well, that was truly awful.
Based on Star Wars by George Lucas.
Yeah, based and defibrillated.
Who's Simon Emmanuel?
I don't care at this point. So what do you think, Derek? What do you think?
I'm just
What's your
looking for the
emotions?
who directed it. Did we miss that?
I didn't. I turned it off. I couldn't take it anymore.
I liked how they used that line with Palpatine. You know, your journey will be complete. So we got to see what would have happened to Luke, basically, if he decided to kill his father.
Yeah.
That was kind of interesting to me because it was a decision that he made. That she made, sorry. But she had his. It's okay, so it was still a bit weak.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can kill me. Just a little prick. Right. So now we know what the whole kill without killing.
Yeah,
No weapon.
that was like it was
But
so
that's-
obscure the whole time, eh?
Yeah, that was too obscure.
But that was cool to see. I don't know. So I'm just thinking like how could have done that better? Like that's where they wanted to go, her turning to be a Sith. But the way that we got there was so convoluted and like
Oh, it was terrible.
and like
They could have done it. They could like. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's terrible. I just don't. There's the music and everything is meant to tell you who to empathize with, and you've just watched her kill a guy who was constantly saying, "I was only doing it for you," blah blah blah, and she kills him, and then you're supposed to go, "Oh yeah, that was a hard decision to make. I really feel for the difficult position she was in. Now I really do empathize. Oh, they're gonna wipe her memory. Oh, like
so we don't like these characters at all in the end of the series.
there are no characters that we like.
No, they've
Not a
murdered
sing- not a-
and.
Not a single character.
But no, like Dexter, you know, the thing with Dexter is that he was killing bad people. We were always on his side because he had this framework in which we
But
always.
it was quite clear. It was quite clear that what he was doing was wrong. From day dot, it established
evil.
he is wrong. He's doing the wrong thing. He's following rules to do the wrong thing to a code.
Yeah.
Right? You know he's not doing the right. But this is like saying, she only kind of killed him, and the Smilo Rent killed them because they would have known about him. If they'd known about him, then it would have been bad. So he had to kill him.
And
So
Saul,
yeah, he's a good guy.
Saul only was killed because he killed the mother, so it's justified. And he said it was okay.
It's okay, you can kill me.
So we're meant to just go, oh yeah, cool.
Well, he gave her permission to murder him. So it's okay. So far, so good.
But
I
that
think
that
that-
side of me is thinking, okay, this is the alternate story to Luke, if Luke chose the dark side. And that's interesting to me. But it's not enough interest for me to watch these abysmal characters go through this crappy, first of all, dialogue, second of all, premise, third of all, just manufactured mystery. Like they show this guy in the shadows, and fuck, we're meant to wait 8 more series of you just stopping to show him bit by bit each episode, like you did. Where so I just wanted to zap, you know.
Oh, so much of that. I've wanted to tell you, and now it's too late for me to tell you. and now you're in a position to murder me.
Yeah.
Just that is the definition.
It's frustrating.
Of
It's frustrating.
It's contrived. It is so contrived as to be ridiculously unrealistic. And Basil and that character is like the most. It's the dumbest idea for a character.
So why did he zap the thing in the ship?
A hound, because he saw that it looked like Sol was going to shoot May,
Why did
who
he
was
care?
Osha. But Matt, I don't know.
Because
I
they
don't
were
know.
fighting the other episode, and you know.
Because this is all about. Because this whole series has been about misinterpretation of intention.
Yeah, that's like... I like that scene. I don't know. I like that chase scene. Looked great. Through the middle of the rings. I haven't seen that. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But and then we met this black senator who gives the manifesto about the Jedi not being able to control their emotions.
No, I think it was about that one of them will snap and won't be able to control himself, and then things.
Oh,
will
is
get
that
really
like a
bad.
foreshadowing of Osha?
Yeah, yeah, and the fact that it's already happened a few times or something, and Sith and blah.
But it
It's
doesn't
like-
happen organically, you know. It's like
No, nothing.
we
in
never
this-
saw
it's-
this character
it's
before.
contr-
Why do
yeah,
we even give a
and then
shit what he
intro-
says?
Yeah. Well, he has been foreshadowed because they've talked about the council getting involved and wanting to know more. Like they've been building up to it, but
But I'm not listening intently to what he's saying. Like, he's just got a hot take, bro. Doesn't really
yeah,
matter.
he has a belief.
Yeah.
He has a belief that he has an opinion that the Jedi. Can
You
get
know what I mean?
corrupted.
It doesn't land. Like certain things, when you hear it organically from someone you care about in the context of a story, it lands, and you go, "Oh fuck, I'll think about that." This one is just like, okay,
Well, you know, the other reason why this stuff to me doesn't land is because it's a series of people standing talking to each other. Like, it's like there's no. It's not like in a story.
Or walking and
this
then
stuff
turning
is
around.
explained or some. Like literally, I know that sounds funny, but if they were walking and it was explained, it probably would have resonated more. Just that simple act would have resonated more. Anything would have resonated more. But the whole thing is that it's a series of people talking to each other, and then it's like there's no momentum. It's just, yeah.
What did you reckon of the Darth Plagueis thing? He's definitely a Sith. I've got it on screen now. He's got the Sith eyes.
It's whatever. I don't care. It's just whatever. It's just another thing dropped in to make you ask a question. Like this whole series has been a series of dropped questions with a prolonged answer. So, Derek, have you ever thought of doing in the next episode, Derek, have you ever thought of doing a podcast? I don't know, Peter. In the next
Get
episode.
interrupted.
I have thought about it too. Maybe we both should do it in the next episode of the
Basil sniffing.
and find us talking together. Yes, Derek, we should create a. No, down, stop humping my leg.
Basil.
No, why are you pissing on me, Basil?
Come on, Basil.
Have a treat. It's just absurd.
Cool lightsaber fights, though, as always. Whoever was in charge of the
yeah.
lightsaber stuff, you nailed it in the series.
No, all right. Some of it was a bit clunky. I mean, the Chewbacca. I'm being racist by saying that the Wookiee character, not the Chewbacca character, was a bit weak in terms of the fighting because if you've got like a big, like if you've got a big brutish animal like a Wookiee,
A big
who
what? British.
rely brutish,
Oh, British.
not British. That's Torben, who's a little British. Uh, um, you'd have him do. There's more. There should be more physicality. He shouldn't be fighting where like the lightsaber is supposed like an extension of a person, right? If the lightsaber is shorter than his arm, then he should be making use of that. But the way that he fought was like he was
Swinging the whole thing, you mean?
well, not only that, but he should be strong. Like the way that they fight is lightsabers are heavy or heavy-ish. So, but to a Wookiee, the lightsaber shouldn't be heavy. It should be light. So, you know, like I think that they should have
Quick.
thought, well, if we're going to have quick. He should have, there should be advantages to a Wookiee having a lightsaber, not him fighting like he's just like every other person. Like he should be using his physicality
It
more.
looked like it was all generated. Like, it wasn't even a real guy to me. It
I
was
don't know.
just like...
Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think they should have thought about what would a Wookiee do if it was a Jedi, not how does a Wookiee. Why is it? Wookiee
And the last thing was her lying about it. So she's involved with the guy.
That was big surprise. Something going with her, but what is it? Like, is she just covering her ass, or is she actually is she actually a dark, or?
Well, she's writing more in for her wife.
Honestly, I just hope that there's no more. Please cancel this series.
Oh, I'm going to the Wookiees scene. Here we go. I just want to see a bit. Yeah, he's like... But maybe that's just like his movement. Like, it takes a while for him to wind up, you know?
I guess big people do move slower. That's the idea, anyway. Why didn't he rip off anyone's arm?
There's some weight to his blows, though.
The stuff you're showing isn't doing the distortion thing, so you're actually showing the whole.
Yeah, I just wanted to see. It's just one scene. There's no sound.
Yeah.
It looks alright to me.
Yeah, no, it's all right. That's what I'm like. It's not. It just doesn't feel. I don't know.
Yes. Oh, Wookie. So, what do you reckon? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Can you tell me your final thoughts first?
I liked. Okay, I'll bring up that last episode because that's the bit that I liked. What she was alluding to, the premise really, the acolyte. She needed an acolyte, and it's got to be about an acolyte. So that the turning point of her character.
Yeah.
But the way we got there, I mean, that was pretty cool too. Like showing the lightsaber change color, because the crystal got fucked up, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I'm as long yeah, that's fine.
But this point, so it started off. He thought May would do it, you know. This guy, where is he? Smilo. He said the line, "Finish him, and your journey to the dark side would be complete."
Yeah, be complete.
It's the famous line, and he used it. But the surprise, the twist, really, was that Urshid, you know, we said it was going to come. We didn't know that she had to kill Sol to get there, though. You sort of said that Sol was going to die. Did you know that's why?
Sorry?
Did you know that was why? Because it was about her turning to the dark side?
No, I must admit, I just thought it would make sense because
Like it would be an accident,
It's
right?
got to be a twist. No, it was only because it was going to be a twist. There had to be a twist, which was that the person you're supposed to be rooting for does the opposite of what you expect.
So that was kind of cool
But
to me.
not reading into anything other than that they needed a twist. But yeah, I mean, to be one of the things that's always kind of bothered me about all of
In fact, you see a little bit of the, the dark stuff going in through her hand here.
no, that's the
vein.
No, that is it?
Yeah,
Oh, I
there's
didn't see
something
the
there.
vein.
Yeah.
The thing that's always bothered me about all of the, like in all Star Wars, is the turning. You know, the point at which a person turns to the dark side. Because, like, there has to be a point at which a person makes a decision, yes. But I've never seen the reasoning be such that it's instantaneous. Like, I think that's the problem with people seeing people turn to the dark side, is that it's like Anakin turning is where he kills Qui-Gon and Guy says, we'll do this, and he says, I'll do whatever you want, we gotta save Padme. And then he's just like a mass murderer. Like,
I thought that was bad writing though. I never rewatched that.
No, and that's what I mean. Like, but even with Luke, right? Luke was getting tempted to the dark side, but he's getting tempted to the dark side by a guy he would never side with. Like, there's nothing about the Emperor where the guy goes. There's nothing that the Emperor has to offer Luke to turn Luke to the dark side.
What
Like,
did Sidious?
I will save your friends. I will do this. I will do that. I will give you as many princesses as you want. I will make your sister. I will clone your sister, and you can bang her however many times you wish. No.
And he's like, sorry, Dad.
Yeah, if it only offered Leia multiple times over, then Luke might have turned. but no, there wasn't enough of a significant impotence for him to turn. And
What
there's
did he offer
nothing-
Anakin? What was the thing there?
Save his wife.
Yeah.
Like, there was other stuff to it, but like in the end, like, he made a choice and he sided with it. But the problem wasn't so much that he chose to turn at that point, but that he literally went from that to killing kids and stuff in the next scene where he's like murdering, which is like,
that felt very rushed. Like that was.
yeah, it was too instantaneous. Like, yes, he has gone killed younglings and women and children and all that sort of stuff, which we've been admitted to, and Padme still loved him for it. Says something about her, but I don't know. We didn't. There was. I think the writing was too poor to make you feel that shift. You needed to see him beat up a few kids beforehand. You know,
Before, yeah.
not murder them, but just beat them up. I was just like, who are these urchins? You need to see him stab a few basils.
What about this then?
Same. Like, this guy is supposed to be a mentor, it's supposed to be close. She's got friends who just got murdered by Chimere, and then suddenly she finds out that this guy murdered her mum. He admits to it, and that's enough for her to so I did it to protect you. And it's not like, what? You need to talk about this. You know, it's, I'm going to double down on murdering you. You know,
It's like the
sure,
Game
she
of
could have
Thrones
done the
thing,
force choke.
Where
There's the force choke, yeah, but
where it's like the Game of Thrones thing where the Queen of Dragons just razed the city. It's
yeah,
like, there's no other
That's
option
it.
but to destroy the whole city after
Yeah.
seeing your friend get killed.
yeah.
It's like,
That's it.
yeah, it's too extreme. But the concept
actually,
to
the
me
thing
is
about
stronger than the
actually-
actual writing.
But even Game of Thrones, right? Like, even Game of Thrones, for all of that fault, yes, I agree with that. But at least she's up in the sky looking down at the people and they're like insects to her. But in this case, this is a person right in front of her that who's, she spent like a significant portion of her life with, and she's going to murder him because of something that you would think that she'd want to find out a bit more about. So it just doesn't feel like what a normal person would do.
No.
Unless it's a person that you could never see as a protagonist and side with and empathize with. And that's the thing. Like, if she's the type of person that you don't want to empathize with, then yes. But you're supposed to empathize with this person.
But were you? I was not. That's
Yes.
why. Were you?
I know. Yes, you're supposed to.
No, but were
I
you
mean,
specifically?
No.
No, I wasn't
But, like,
either. That's
listen
why.
to but listen to the music. Like, all the music is telling. Like, the music is supposed to tell you what you're supposed to feel.
All right.
You listen to the music, and the music tells you what you're supposed to feel.
It was
doesn't
like
matter
tragic,
whether you feel
wasn't
or
it?
not,
Strings and.
yeah, it was like heartwarm feeling, and we're not going to talk to each other. You're losing your memory of me.
Oh, that
It's
one.
just
No,
like-
I'm talking about the turning. What happened at the turning? Where she.
I don't remember at the turning, but what I mean is that after she did that, you're supposed to empathize with her afterwards. Like like there's not like dark, these are now bad people because she murdered this guy. Like, the music isn't that music. The music is you're supposed to be empathizing with this relationship. You're supposed to continue to empathize with it after she's murdered this guy.
Oh, right. Yeah, true. Hey. Yeah.
Like, the music is telling you to feel a certain way, and you just don't because you're not, because a person that you're supposed to empathize with wouldn't do that stuff.
Yeah, so it is conflicting, isn't it? Like, two of the people watching are not really breaking it down like we are. If you were just watching, scrolling,
Well, you're just thinking this is shit.
and you're just zoning out, but you're on for the ride, and you're right. The music would dictate how you feel because you switch on back at that moment and you go, oh, okay.
Well, the
We're
music's
meant
supposed to be heartwarming, sympathetic music or touching.
And the music's done really well, and so we do feel that.
Well, I didn't, because it was like incongruous with who the character is. Like,
Well,
the
I felt
actions of the
like
character.
there was that sense of freedom when they were together again. Like, the music, it
I
was
didn't
like you
feel
said.
that.
I did a bit.
Well, the music, I knew that that's what the music was telling me, but I just was like, I was like checked out at that point. It's just like, these people, I just don't like these characters. I don't empathize with them at all. Bring Soul back, He's dead. Bring him back. Because, like, but even he started to turn from like some level of 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional towards the end.
in the last episode, eh?
Yeah, because he had to continuously justify what he'd done, and over, he just kept repeating himself.
And in fact, it was the act itself was so weak, and the way it happened,
Yeah, like like the reasoning that he gave was not necessarily the reasoning that he could have given. It was like, I wanted to protect you. And that's the other thing. None of them elaborated on what their intentions or their thought process was. They just repeated the same statement that didn't give enough information.
I wonder if it was.
I wanted to protect you.
Wonder if it was a different thing. If they actually had a different. You know how you said it was rewritten. If something else actually happened, and that's why it's so confusing.
But this thing has been rubbish from start to finish so much that you wouldn't know what it was originally, and it might have been even worse. Probably was worse.
Like if he
If it
killed
was really-
her, but then they said, "Oh, it's too graphic" or something.
No, he wouldn't. Killed who?
The mom.
Sorry.
You know
He
how it
did
was
kill her.
weird how she just evaporated like that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that was what they took out. I think like they could have done. Like the previous episode or two, you had a child who was dead with her eyes staring up into space. I don't think
Yeah.
they were worried too much about having that type of an impact. No,
So anyway, that's my thoughts. One redeeming thing, and the rest is pretty bad.
What
I'm
was it
sorry.
again?
The redeeming thing was like in my
the
mind.
red lightsaber.
No, thinking that using the same callbacks to what they use in the Return of the Jedi.
Oh, right. Right, yeah.
To kill him, what is it? Strike him down, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. And
she did.
She did that, and we saw her decide to do that and do it, and that was kind of. It made me think.
Yeah.
It reminded me of like Luke, and I was thinking, oh fuck, okay.
This is where I don't think that she's as good. Like in the first episode, I thought that she was a decent actor, but I'm not so convinced now because, like, her expression was one of surprise for most of it. Like, I killed her. Oh, lightsabers turned red now. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I now completely empathize with my sister.
What would you say it should have been then?
Well, in the...
the way it played out, we heard the sound.
There wasn't an inner conflict, right? You didn't see an inner... Like, even, like, with Sol, you saw there was conflict in his expressions and his emotions. When you see Luke Skywalker... When you see Luke and he just stabbed, chopped off the hand of Vader, you see him absolutely gleefully angry. Like he's like, yeah.
No, I kind of like her neutrality. Like it was like when you turn, there's like nothing easier, It's like, okay, you're nothing to me. That's it. Kind of.
What I thought, like what you see in Luke, like when you see Luke and he chops off the hand of Vader, you see him like he's getting into the dark side. You can see the dark side is really tempting him, and he brings himself back. You can see it, and he doesn't say anything. You can see it in an expression. With Osha, it's just like she just.
No, but look on screen now. See that look? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not just.
It's a nothing look. A nothing look.
But that's what it means. You mean nothing to me, sort of look.
But she doesn't look angry at him. She should be angry with him. The fury should be taking over her to make him.
No, I think the darkness in her is more like inherent. That's what they're trying to go for, I think. Like it's not an anger thing. It's not like a It's
I think what the words you're going for is exotic insect.
Yeah. Like depth.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Just
but that's not what I'm getting. But that's not what I'm getting.
No, look at that look. That's like, see?
But that's not
It's not confused. It's like, I will just fucking wipe you out. And it's the easiest thing,
Yeah, I'm not getting that from that expression. I'm not getting that. That's like take 4 out of 16 takes, and that was the best.
But then
one.
she sort of blanked out. Yeah, can I play it?
Look, I can play it on mine.
Hang on, I'll play it off. Okay, I can't see it though. I need to watch it again.
Well, no, but you can just take the. I'm just a bit worried about the whole showing the whole thing.
Okay. Anyway, I'll keep it up there. I'll play it on this.
Where's the damn thing? Oh, Basil. I'm just skipping through, and okay. Here we go.
So the thing was, we heard the sound and we didn't know who it was first.
Yeah, but she says stop talking.
And I'm gonna watch it again.
And
I actually didn't mind that scene.
No, see, all right. So she's gripping the lightsaber she's gripping the lightsaber really strongly, right? Which is meant to show that she's angry. But her expression is not one of anger. It's not even of controlled rage. It's just blank and stupid. I'm not getting a blank rage. I'm not getting a intense rage. I'm getting bad acting. No,
see, she's searching in his eyes. She's looking.
Yeah, she's looking almost forlorn as she kills him. Yeah, I'm not getting. There's no anger. That's not anger.
No, but he says it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay for her to kill him. Why?
No. We're talking about her intention. It's not one of rage. It's one of
What? What is it of?
justice almost. And it's like, okay, you know how Dexter kills. It's all about justice. And then when he does it, we're on his side basically because he does the stab, and it's like.
But she's not Dexter. She's not
That's
meant to be Dexter. Dexter is a sociopath who has no emotions except for the joy of killing, and he follows the code. But this person is supposed to have emotions and be tempted.
No, but
to the dark side.
we're talking about like intention though. Like,
Yeah.
what's the intention? Is it one of anger that killed him, or one of justice? I think it's more justice.
Oh, right. So she thinks it's just that he dies.
Yeah. And she said it's okay. He said it's okay.
But why?
And then
Why
she
does he
sort
say
of
it's
nods.
okay?
She nods.
No, he's saying it's okay because
She the little nod?
But in most
She
times
gives
that
like a little
person's-
nod, like it's not a rage thing.
But like in
I mean, it's
most
bad
times when a
writing.
person-
I'm telling you now.
It's terrible.
It's bad
But
writing.
I think it's bad acting too.
I don't think
just think
in that
that-
case it is though, because she was playing off that it's okay, and it's like, I will fucking kill you.
I just don't understand that this doesn't make any sense to me where a person says it's okay to kill me. Like in this context. It's like she's strangling him. It's not even like he should know that this is going to be a bad thing for her to kill him.
Yeah. That's why I was hoping Sol would have been a darker character, because then it makes more sense. Right? If he was dark, but there's nothing to give, there's no justification for his death now.
There's no situation in which he would. I can't imagine a situation in which he says it's okay for her to kill him. Because if he has the best intentions for her, he would know that her killing him.
Let's say if he was dark also. He was like
No, but this is what I'm saying. First point is that if his intentions were, if he was on her side and wanted the best thing for her, then he wouldn't want her to kill him, because that would be bad for her. If it was that he was a bad character and that he was selfish, he wouldn't want her to kill him again. Like, there's no situation in which he's happy with her killing him.
Yeah, there is. If he was ignore the flashback episode. What I was hoping was that he did something bad and he showed a dark side himself, and he understands
so where
it.
it would only be it would only be where he wants to die. Like, if he says it's okay, it's only when he wants for her to kill him. But up until this point, he's shown no motivation in that direction.
No. It doesn't make sense in this framework at all.
It would have to be where he feels so bad. It'd be like the Torben character, where he feels like he deserves it. But he doesn't, because he says he wants what was best for her.
Like, I'll throw this out there. So Sol,
Go for it.
let's say there's a reason for him to gain from killing the mum, and he murders the mum through some sort of dark side thing.
Yeah.
And then he realizes straight away what he's done, and he regrets that, but he knows it's in him, the dark side. And he understands that's in him, and he actually wants to die because of that. Because he's the dark side.
Look, that's something, but it's not what I'm saying. Not what.
It's not at all. I'm not saying that it is, but that's why he would say to her, "Do it."
Yeah,
That's what I was
like
hoping for.
You've got. Oh, I see. Right, I get you now. Yes, I agree. So if there's a situation that was created in which he was selfish enough to want her to do it, not
Yep.
thinking about the impact that it would have on
And
her
that
because it
means
would
that
turn
he's
her.
slightly dark side, right? Because he knows that him
Yeah,
killing her is going to send her to the dark side. But he
or
doesn't
he
care.
doesn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter to him whether that
But
he
then we
just
need
wants
to
it to
see
be
that it's
over.
got to be big enough, you know?
Yes,
And it wasn't
yes,
what we saw. It
no,
was accidental, basically.
yeah. It was the moment, like everything in this series has been in the moment. It's all in the moment. There's no.
But you see how there's so
Everyone
much more
is dumb.
depth to that relationship then? If, like, her turning is intrinsically tied to his dark side. It makes it more powerful than just this killing over
That's
accident.
true. Yeah. So if his unintentional weakness was something that helped lead her to the dark side, that
Yeah.
would be good. Yeah.
Yep.
That's where that's where his faults demonstrate certain behaviors that need to be adopted by the Jedi
Yeah.
in order to prevent that from happening.
I
That's a very
know.
good point.
I know. And
That's
we,
where you that's when you're playing with some good stuff there. Yes, absolutely. That's a great idea.
but we didn't see that. Fucking
No, we
hell.
didn't see that.
It was so tragic to me that they had that opportunity in that last episode and just squandered it.
Well, but there wasn't enough demonstration of his behaviors to also
Well, they
support
set it
that.
up. Like in that last episode where it was mysterious as to why she tied her down. We could have seen it, I reckon. You know, he tied her up. Why?
Oh, well, because she wanted to kill him and he knew that it was May.
But the way he was sitting in the darkness as well, he had something. It could have gone in that way, you know.
It would have been interesting to see those, like, yeah, you didn't see that stuff eating him up. You're right. It is kind of like oh man, there's just so much wrong with this series that it's just everything is so there's so much bad that even if there was good, it's muddied by all the bad. Like because you've got so many people who are switching intentions all the time
Yeah.
and motivations, and they're all that. If a person in this series actually had true motivation, let's say Sol actually did, you can't see it. You can't because it's muddied by all the other flim flam floppity doppity intentions of all the other characters.
No.
It's it's too muddy. It's mudded.
And
Muddy,
we're
muddy.
sort of like we're on everyone's little radar. Like we get a little glimpse of, you know, Carrie Ann Moss's character and what her intention is. But then it flips to Torben, and then we see his thing. We're not really following any of them by the end of it.
Yeah, who's the character we're supposed to be following with?
And like half
what's
of them are dead
yeah.
anyway. Why are you wasting time doing
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Why did we have to get honestly, you're right, because a lot of time was invested in showing what happened when this guy got inflatulated. Like, you know, and it wasn't required at all.
No.
Because it was like the only time it would be required was to show that she wasn't doing a bad thing, but she was.
Yeah.
You know?
That's right, they were, hey.
Because shit, like if it showed that she was getting into his head and saying, "Look, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to do this so that we can move." I don't know, but it wasn't done in a way that was like she's purely a good person. It was done in muddy, evil music, shit.
Yeah.
It's just like this must be the world that these writers live in, where no one is a nice person. Like they live with a whole bunch of people. All of them, none of them have a moral fiber to them.
Yeah.
They don't know the difference between good or bad. It's all based on what they feel at any given time. And then you're supposed to write a compelling protagonist that just meant
It's
to
like
identify
it's
with.
written by sociopaths, is that what you're
It's
saying?
written by sociopaths, yes. Or you know, sociopaths in training. You know, it's like what happens if you live in a world where no one is good? And then someone asks you to write a hero. This is what you get.
I keep going back to Dexter because I was very fascinated with that show. I used to watch
That was so intentional, though.
the showrunners, the people who wrote that, Clyde, what's his name? But they were so good, you know? The way they debated, it's kind of like this. They would have a discussion,
I haven't seen that.
but like they would debate about their characters. And that means that you love your character if you're like debating the action they should take and like experimenting and exploring, you know?
It means you understand. It means you're trying to understand the motivations and the personality of your character.
Like even that thing we just came up with, Soul's weakness, that like gave me a little tingle to think, oh, okay, a weakness in a character that you exploit.
I see what you're saying. You're onto something there. That would be interesting. Let's explore that. Like you convinced me. Like I wasn't on board, and then you kind of, then I got what you were trying to say. I was like, yeah, actually, that would have been interesting if we'd gone down that
because
line.
It's beyond two-dimensional then. You go just beyond the rage factor.
Yeah.
It becomes like, oh, okay, there's weakness in...
Oh, it's a weakness that gets that, and that weakness is what destroyed him and helped push her to the dark side.
And we really haven't seen weakness.
And that's the tingle point. The tingle point is where he actually wants her to kill him because of his own self-hatred for what he did.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
And that, like, his own weakness pushes her. But that's not what we saw. But that's compelling because
gripping.
His part, he plays a part in her turning rather than her flipping switch and becoming the bad person, which is the biggest problem that you have with this, is that, and with a lot of the dark side turning stuff, is that people keep treating it like it's a switch that gets turned on, and once they're bad, they're bad. You know, they don't come back from being bad. They go good, bad. Yeah. And that's not how it works. It works through self-delusion over time, and you start accepting that some of the things you're doing aren't great, but you justify them, but they're not all like really significantly bad things. They just eventually become to the point where it's not just justified by you, but by the people around you as well. You live in that echo chamber of justification. But it's not a switch that occurs.
What did you think of the Kylo Ren switch where he killed Han Solo?
Look, that was actually more believable than anything, because he told his dad, like, as much as I thought it was, like, the whole overarching point of it was kind of stupid, and how it was done was stupid, the motivate, like, he was still there, I understood it. Because it was a nice flip. It was a flip on doing the right thing, but he's trying to attain something. He's challenged by not wanting to kill his father, and he's telling his dad that that's what he's saying that it's really
he talked
hard
it through, didn't he?
Yeah, and the Han didn't understand what his son was actually saying, and then he went through with it.
Oh,
and
it still breaks my heart. I loved Han Solo.
I know, like, but that's what I mean, like. But I still, that was more believable because of the inner turmoil.
Yeah.
There was inner turmoil. This is not inner turmoil. This is surface level sociopathy.
Could have been good, eh? Could have been better. Anyway, what do you reckon? What's your last thoughts then? You're out over whole thing.
Thank God it's over. I've enjoyed doing this series with you.
Yeah, it's been good.
I'd like to do more of this stuff. I just wish that the Acolyte wasn't so rubbish, and that, like, this last episode, I don't know what it was, but it really knocked me over the edge of just how, I think it was Basil. Like, that character is just the dumb, like, you've got, like, the lady comes in, the Jedi Master lady comes in, and she knows where everything is. But apart from her, everyone else needs Basil.
So awful,
and it's just...
That's why I won't be coming back, because I know, like, despite everything being in place, and, you know, the moment itself was there, but they're not competent enough to to get there well. And I know they're just going to do it again, so I can't do another
Yeah.
season.
No. It's not like it doesn't matter where. Like it's like.
I mean, they showed Yoda at the end, and they're saying, "Oh, okay, it's all coming. You better tune in. 'Cause you don't want to miss Yoda." But
Yeah.
we've just sat through 8 episodes of pain.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing they can't do. All they're going to do, like that, should be a warning rather than an enticement. Like you see Yoda, you should be going, "Oh God, don't! No, no!"
He's gonna go. He's just gonna
Don't ruin her.
change his
He's
intentions
gonna
every episode.
Oh, dark side Sith I used to be.
Yeah.
I used to murder my Padawans. I used to do.
Oh my God.
Eat their lungs.
I know, because then you're messing with lore, right?
Yeah. Well, they've already done enough of that, but yeah.
Has
Right.
Yoda been in Mando? No, it's
No. Yoda's only. He's been in Clone Wars episodes. That's outside of the movies.
yeah. Clone Wars is
he
funny
was-
because it feels like a cartoon, but it's very well written, and like it's very believable. Like all the Yoda stuff's like spot on. It's sort of he's very wise in there.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least they're trying to be true to the characters that they've established in that. Like they try to flesh out characters.
And he gives like a little message, you know. It's like feel good thing.
Yeah.
Love you, I do, but not in that way.
Shouldn't laugh at my own jokes, should I? Uh, but
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know what more to say.
No, me neither. Thanks,
It's
Chris, for tuning in. I don't know if you're still there.
I think he tuned out. I think he
Yeah,
went in bed and
he's
fell
gone.
asleep.
Yeah, probably.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Yeah,
But,
thanks, man, for
this-
hanging around. Holy crap, it's been a
Yeah,
ride.
thanks. We'll have to do something more positive.
What's the next one on the Star Wars circuit? Hopefully it's Andor. I'm keen for that.
I don't know. I actually don't know what they're doing next. I think it's a movie, maybe. I think it's like a Rey Skywalker movie.
Oh.
I mean, Rey Palpatine.
Oh. Fucking hell, cool.
I don't know.
Who's directing? JJ?
No, it's an activist.
Is it? Fuck. Really? Are you
Yeah.
serious?
No, I'm not joking.
Then I might not watch that.
I think the quote that everyone really loved was that she said that there should be more women's stories in Star Wars, and it's about time.
From this one? After this?
From the director of the Rey Palpatine. Yeah.
Look, where I stand on that, we no doubt have lived in a patriarchy forever, and it's only recently shifting. And so what she says inherently is true, that women's voices need to be heard more. But you have to do it in a way that you write well, for God's sake. If you're sacrificing story for proving a point, then you're doing it wrong.
But I think that the problem that I have with it is not that I disagree that it's a bad thing to have like women heroes. It's that they've already been doing it, and to pretend that they haven't is actually dismissive of the previous efforts. So it's like it's not having a go at the patriarchy to say that. It's actually having a go at the people who've already been trying to make a change. It's dismissive of their efforts. And that's what
I mean, that
that's what I
statement
don't like.
inherently is. It's loaded, which is why I say write it well, because I don't know if you can, if that's your mindset.
If that's your intention, if your
Yeah.
intention is to do that, then you've already failed.
I don't know.
you've
I'll see. I'll be open-minded. I don't want to be dismissive.
Could be well written. Yeah, might be. But I mean, the problem with that is.
I mean,
that
look at okay. The good example is Howard's daughter, Ron Howard's daughter. What's her name?
Oh, forgotten her name, but she was directing in some of the
In the Mando,
Mandalorians.
and it was great. Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
A lot of heart. It was a nice fantasy episode. She didn't bite off more than she could chew in terms of story. It was good. So it can be done.
Yep. But that's what I mean. Well, the problem that I have is not with people doing that. It's with people saying that it needs to be done because it hasn't been done when it has. And it's dismissive of those. It's ignoring all the efforts of women. It's insulting to women to say that. That's like it. Women should be insulted when they hear that.
It's the echo chamber again, because it's the trendy thing to say. It's not the first time I've heard it. But I went and saw this.
I'm not a woman. If I was a woman, I would be insulted in hearing that, because it'd be like, well, hang on a sec. What about the stuff that I did? What about the stuff that this person did?
And also what men do, because I went and saw this artist, Natasha Walsh. She's an amazing artist, painter. But she's looking very specifically at the male gaze, and she's not copying, but like drawing. She's interrogating, this is her words, interrogating famous paintings by male artists and making them her own with female subjects. And she says the original work still exists. I'm not destroying those in any way. There's both. This is adding to it, and it's adding a dialogue where I'm a woman, my subject is a woman. I'm interrogating the methods and using that to inform the dialogue. It's amazingly positive, and that's what we need more of. Like, it's inclusive. It's subject.
Yeah.
There's not subject object. We're not objectifying anything. We're all putting in together. We're all creating. The viewer is involved in most of her work. They can come and watch her paint. And like ask her questions, and she's happy to talk about it. That's what we need more of, not this sort of silo-minded.
Well, it's divisiveness. That's the big, like, it's what we were talking about earlier about divisiveness. It's groups of people cancelling other groups of people based on arbitrary. Like, we need more unity, Derek. More unity.
Transparency. She has all of her research up on the walls. You can see everything, and that's what, like, I believe. And she's just young. She's in her 20s. I still think there's a future for us. I'm not dismissive of everything. Like, I'm still open to good stuff being made and happen.
I think people will always be people. I think it's just. I think what I hope that just the environment that we create can become more positive, so that it supports that type of thinking. I wish that we could find a way to popularize inclusiveness rather than popularize divisiveness. Because to me, divisiveness is like it's actually like an antiquated approach. Like, you listen to some people get listened to a lot, not because they're divisive, but because they're just being honest about what their opinion is. Like, I've seen a few people who, like, they say, look, you can like it, you don't. Like, you can like it, that's okay. I don't like it. This is what I think, and if you enjoy it, then that's fine. I respect your opinion. That's fine, you can do that. That's much better than saying these people are rubbish and those people are horrible and that. Like, and then that person can have a dialogue with another person where they can, like, at least that when you say that, you can say, and look, I'm happy to have a conversation about it and tell you what my thoughts are and listen to yours. That's inclusivity. That's so much, but like people are allowed to have an opinion without it becoming immediately divisive. But if you live in an environment where, and most of the time, when things are divisive, it's when someone has something to lose. Like, that's when divisiveness comes in. It's when someone stands to lose something. And
do you think so, hey?
Yeah, oh yeah. Divisiveness comes from defensiveness.
I don't know.
Yeah,
what is the direction? What has the director got to lose by being divisive here?
Because everyone hates the Acolyte. So being divisive is her saying that the people who hate the Acolyte are racist or whatever. Ignorant, stupid.
But she was always going to do that inherently in the writing, wasn't she?
Sometimes, well, but I didn't see that necessarily. It was bad writing. It was just bad writing. Like, the characters were poor. You know, as we were talking about, we couldn't empathize with any of them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Divisiveness comes from that sort of fear state, isn't it? That sort of wariness of the other side, but also dominance, isn't it? It's kind of like
Isn't it funny? Sorry,
go for it.
I was just gonna say, isn't it funny that like I used to joke about, you know, and we use them as memes and we joke about them, but actually it does resonate. You know, that Yoda quote that you had from like episode 1 of like one of the worst Star Wars movies was The Phantom Menace. But still that quote, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, actually resonates.
Isn't it like a Buddhist theory?
I don't know, but it's like it does resonate. You can say it, and it's still meaningful, even though, you know, you've still got Anakin.
Which one? You've got what?
Phantom Menace, Anakin.
Oh, you were doing the Padme thing.
Derek, are you an angel?
Oh gosh, that was awful. Fuck.
But what I mean is that, you know, there's still quotes in there that do resonate as much as I think it's just silly. But sorry, I did shut you down a bit. I didn't mean to do that.
No, all good. I think I can't even remember what I was talking about. Natasha Walsh. But the other example is that she sort of, you know, because Picasso, he was so like violent against women. But he's one of our most revered genius artists. And so in interrogating his work, she would make a collage of his women painters, and she rearranged it into her own painting with the help of the model who was sitting for her. So she's physically cutting up his artworks, and there's something, you know, liberating about that itself. But she says the artwork still exists, you know, but she's doing this. That's her action. Her way of taking power back. So there's an element of taking power to it that needs to happen. It should happen.
Yeah.
Because they've been powerless. And, you know, women have it much worse than us as men. They walk the streets fearful that, you know, of rape or whatever can happen to them anytime. You know, they just live it. And we expect them to. So they need some power back, I think.
Yeah, I think I think that no, I agree. I just think that getting power back is not by. I think it's by raising people up, not by, like, if you've got, like, it's better to raise people up than it is to push people down and then raise yourself up. You know, it's like if you can both get yourself to that level, I think it's a lot better, because once you start pushing people down, then that comes back at you. Like, you know, there's just a reaction to that, and I think that, yeah, we were talking about the Trump stuff a while back, you know, and I think that that a lot of the sign of the times that we have is just is a lot of unhappy people trying to figure out ways of solving problems that happen when you don't have a lot of power. And when you start taking power away from a lot of people, that energy has to go somewhere. And I was actually listening to what was it? I was watching a video about religion in Dune, how Dune 2 did religion really well, the religious zealot. And they talked about studies that had been done in the real world on activism in religious groups versus secular groups, versus groups that weren't like their view, the core tenet of what they believed and did was not based in a religious aspect versus people who did things from a religious perspective. And those with a religious perspective had a lot more determination to do what they set out to do, because it was more than just based on the belief that this thing is something. It's not just that I have a choice in believing it or that our group has a choice in believing it. It's that we're based around there's something else that we have to adhere to outside of ourselves, and that is supporting our attitude towards doing what we're doing, which gives them so much more power to persevere than it does a group of people who agree to do something together.
Really?
Because I can't tell you the exact details, but if you look up something like what Dune 2 does, what right in religion, or something like that, it's a really good video. It talks about some of that stuff, and I found it really interesting because when you look at the way that religion is playing out in like the US, you can see that there's a backlash against science and a more adherence towards religion. And what that means is that you're raising more zealotous people who are going to be more driven to do what they want, what they think is the right thing to do, because religion has a lot more power to drive behavior than just belief in that doing something is what we all agree to as a society.
What is it about faith then, hey? Like, because you're talking about faith, it's that belief.
Yeah.
Like, that's the difference. If you really believe it, and if you really are driven by that, you sort of surrendered to that faith. What's that thing?
Well, I think there's a lot to it. It's not just one thing. I think it's like there's aspects of fear, punishment outside of just what other people will do if you don't follow that faith. There's a feeling of accomplishment, like you're not just doing something for the group, you're doing something for the greater good beyond anything else. Like, you have a god or something. You're doing what God wants. This amorphous thing that can never be challenged. Because,
But for you to believe that, though, someone can tell you that. But what's the thing that changes in you that makes you believe it?
Well, a lot of the time it's based around things like community, or like there was another book I was reading, and it was just a fantasy book, but that one of them said something that was interesting, which was that tokens, like if someone has a ward against evil, and it doesn't work, then that was God determining that they just didn't have enough faith. Whereas if they went to a doctor for an illness, like if there's like you put on this ward and you won't get sick. Whereas if you go to a doctor and the doctor says, look, you're going to have to do this, this, and this, and you're less likely to get sick. So that's what you need to do to stop yourself from getting sick. And then you get sick, and you say, that doctor, the bastard told me this would happen and it didn't. It's the doctor's fault. I shouldn't have listened to doctors. Whereas if you had a ward against evil and it didn't, and you still got sick, you'd say, well, I didn't have enough faith. And it's like taking it out, like with the faith thing, it's taking out of yourself and around the group around you, whereas versus the doctor, who it's the doctor's fault that this happened.
What's your take on it? Can faith change the outcome?
There's a thing called the placebo effect, which I don't think we fully understand what it is. So I know that faith has a power beyond what we truly understand it to be, but I don't really know what that is. So, and I don't know if that's about religion or about the power of the mind over things, or, you know, and I do adhere to a level of spirituality because I think it's healthy to have a spiritual aspect to yourself, but not necessarily a religious aspect to yourself. I think there's something towards understanding what the spiritual means for you, because I think that even if we live in just a scientific physical world, that is purely driven by science, and that there's no soul or anything like that. Even if we lived in that world, for us as human beings, the idea of the spiritual gives us meaning and value and actually makes our lives better as a result of that, regardless of whether it's scientific or not.
Well, what about these zealots then?
Well, there's the power of faith, which is what I was talking about. That doesn't mean that it's based in reality, but it's a thing that gives them power because it's beyond themselves. So it's dangerous, is I guess what I'm saying, is that creating ignorance and then bringing up that ignorance with an association with religion creates zealots, which can be very powerful in terms of making things happen. So religious, you know, but I think there's a strong correlation between religion and war.
I don't know, when you start denying science, to me that's the most dangerous thing, because then you're sort of fucking over all your followers, you know. Like, how are they going to survive in this world without, you know, there's technology that keeps us alive. There's medicines
but that's
things.
The choice of which science you agree with and which science you don't agree with. That's just picking and choosing which science to believe in. You know, you've got plenty of religious people who believe in most, if not all, science. Like, you've got people who believe in God, but they believe in the Big Bang. They aren't necessarily exclusive of each other. They just have a different.
But when you said about people being denied, people are rejecting science, what were you talking about there?
Oh, well, yes, that's where, like, basically scientific studies and stuff are easily dismissed next to, you know, strong opinions of leaders and people that they have more faith in. Yes. But in the end, yes, that's suffering to them, but they justify it. That's the whole thing I was talking about with the wards and going to a doctor, is that you have a less likelihood of getting sick going to the doctor, but if you get sick, it's the doctor's fault. Whereas if you had a ward, you have a higher likelihood of getting sick, but at least if you get sick, it's because God wanted you to get sick.
I see your point now. Yep. So the outcome is that it's fucked for them.
Yeah. But the benefit that they get is determination.
But the benefit
and community
ultimately goes to the person in power who is telling them that stuff.
The person who's directing them, yeah. Sorry.
And there's a lot to be gained for all of the people that it's a machine, you know. There's people investing in companies and all of this stuff.
So if
capitalism.
So if you are in a position where you can create ignorant zealots and you're in a position of authority to direct them, then you've got a lot of power behind you.
Yep.
So, the Acolyte.
The Acolyte.
Once again, another pinnacle of Star Wars from Disney. They have dedicated a significant portion of their resources to ensure that Star Wars is truly representative of their goals and aims. And I can acknowledge that they have done so.
I just left it on the screenshot of Yoda. The back of Yoda's head.
Yeah.
That was the last scene, I think, the last shot.
Yeah.
Why are you bringing not me into this, Luna?
Thank God.
Thoughts I have. Saul was good boy.
Oh, don't be riding for Yoda, hey. Now I'm scared. All right, thanks for everyone. Thanks, man.
Thanks, everyone. Stay safe, stay free, and ignore all the stuff that we said about politics because it was all
Please do.
just rubbish.
Please do. Don't cancel us.
Don't cancel us. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I'm such a we're social. Like we're really
All right, thanks everyone. See you.
Thanks,
Stopping
everyone.
now.
Stopping.